And now, of course, I've lost my agenda. So we'd like to welcome you all to our second Disability Advisory Committee meeting. We appreciate all the time that you're taking out of your regular workday to be here. I know we all feel very passionate about this issue and are willing to roll up our sleeves to address some of the challenges ahead. I'd like to start out, if we can, with introductions from folks and some logistics. So we'll go ahead and go around the room quickly, ask you to identify who you are and with the organization that you are with. And we're going to do this relatively quickly and just to get a sense of who is here and who they represent. And we will ask you, as you are asking questions or participating today, to introduce yourself and the affiliation. So I'm Susan Mazrui. I am a co-chair. I like to think of myself as administrative support for Claude, who is also the co-chair. I'm with AT&T Services, Inc.
No, you are incorrect. Hello, I'm Claude Stout.
For a menu of available committees.
I am the co-chair for our committee. It's good to see everybody. Thank you all for coming and for the good work that you have done over the last 3 months.
And good morning. Yes, and congratulations on being the co-chair. I'm Susie Rosen Singleton, and I'm an attorney with the Disabilities Rights Office.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Greg Leibach, Chief of the Disability Rights Office.
Good morning. This is Sam Yale. I'm with SSB BART Group. It's great to see everyone. We're happy to be here, and we're happy to be feeding you today.
Good morning. I'm Maggie Nygren. I'm with the American Association on Intellectual and Developmental Disabilities.
Good morning. I'm Lisa Hamlin from Hearing Loss Association of America, and I'm really happy you're feeding us this morning, Sam.
Good morning. I'm Tom Lidkowski, Vice President of Accessibility at Comcast, and looking forward to the day's agenda here.
Oh, no, he's next.
Oh, you're next. Yeah.
Oh, am I? Okay.
Sorry.
It's in front of you.
Thanks.
You got it.
Everett Bacon. I represent the National Federation of the Blind, and I also work at the Division of Services for the Blind of Salt Lake City, Utah, as a coordinator of technology and employment services.
I am Hannah Thompson. I am a consumer from Illinois.
Hi, this is Abe Bradford, Director of Digital Strategy and Online Services at the ARC.
Hi, my name is Matt Gerst. I'm the Director of Regulatory Affairs at CTIA, the Wireless Association.
Hi, Eva Lamana, Policy Manager at the American Association of People with Disabilities.
I'm Lee Knife. I'm the Executive Director of the Digital Media Association here in Washington.
Hi, I'm Alex Reynolds with the Consumer Electronics Association.
Hello, I'm Joshua Paila. I'm the General Counsel for Meredith Television, representing the National Association of Broadcasters.
I'm Paul Michaelis. I'm with Avaya Labs in Denver, Colorado.
I'm Diane Burstein, Vice President and Deputy General Counsel of the National Cable and Telecommunications Association.
Good morning. I'm Tim Cregan. I'm a Senior Accessibility Specialist at the U.S. Access Board.
I'm Anne-Marie Rohali of Microsoft, representing the Telecommunications Industry Association.
Jim Tobias, Inclusive Technologies.
Sabrina Fields, Telecommunication Equipment Distribution Program Association.
I'm Ron Bibler, a deaf consumer from Montana.
I'm Jeff Kramer with Verizon.
Good morning. I'm Helena Mitchell with the Rehabilitation Engineering Research Center for Wireless Technologies at Georgia Tech.
Larry Goldberg, Yahoo.
Tony Dunn with Intrado, and also the co-chair of the Emergency Communications Subcommittee here.
Good morning. I'm Richard Ray, ADA coordinator for the City of Los Angeles, the Department of Disability, specializing in technology access. I'm the coordinator. I'm also the chair of the Emergency Communication Access, along with Tony Dunn. Good morning. I'm Howard Rosenblum. I'm from the National Association of the Deaf. Some of you may be expecting Andrew Phillips, but he actually has gone on to teach younger children, so he's left the NAD. I'd like to introduce Andrew's replacement, Zainab Al-Kebsi, and she's sitting right behind me. Hello, everybody.
Good morning, everyone. Eddie Martinez. I'm here representing the Columbia Lighthouse for the Blind, which includes relay and equipment distribution services. Thank you. It's nice to see all of you.
Hello, my name is Jamie Taylor, and I'm representing the Deafblind Citizens in Action.
Good morning, Mohammed Yusuf, U.S. Department of Transportation.
Joanne Becker, representing Perkins School for the Blind.
Good morning, Eric Bridges with the American Council of the Blind.
Good morning. Hello. Mark Reichert, American Foundation for the Blind.
Good morning, Rosalyn Crawford, Disability Rights Office, CGB and the FCC.
Allison Cutler, I'm the new chief of CGB here at the FCC.
Karen Pelt-Strauss, Deputy Bureau Chief of the Consumer Governmental Affairs Bureau here at the FCC.
And this is Elaine Gardner, and I am an attorney with the Disability Rights Office at the FCC and the designated federal officer for the Disability Advisory Committee. Thank you and welcome all of you. We have a busy program this morning, and I'd like to take this opportunity right now to get started and to welcome to the DAC and to the FCC Allison Cutler, who is our brand new bureau chief, and she's sitting to my right, and we're so happy to have her here today, and I'm delighted to be able to introduce her.
Thanks, Elaine. Okay, there we go. So I am in week 4 at the FCC, so I'm learning a lot quickly from Karen, Elaine, and team, certainly. Before we dive in, just a few thank yous. First, to Chairman Wheeler for his vision, his support, and his, I don't think he's walking the door yet, but his leadership in creating the DAC. To the staff of the Disability Rights Office, whose commitment and dedication to pulling this all together. To the staff of the Consumer Affairs and Outreach Division and the CMR for handling the logistics and making today happen. To Susan and to Claude for their willingness to co-chair this committee. And most importantly, to all of you for being here today, to providing your expertise and really taking the time and the investment. I had the chance, Karen shared with me some of the work product leading up to this and the committee reports. So incredibly impressive coming to a meeting already with some work underway. So diving in a little bit, I'm new to the FCC, I'm new to the Commission, I'm new to a lot of these issues, but I am not new to the disability rights area. In my sort of private life, my passion is working with this organization called KEEN, Kids Enjoy Exercise Now, and we provide one-on-one sports coaching, sports and other activities, dance, music, other things to kids with developmental, cognitive, and physical disabilities, and it's no charge to the families, and it's always one-on-one, and we take any kid regardless of their disability. So that's something I've done for many, many years. I started it started in D.C. by sort of my best friend and mentor, and then I took the leadership, take it to 7 cities. Went to Chicago myself, lived in Chicago at the time, and then helped find leadership in 7 other cities. So for me, it's an important part of my life. It has been for a very long time. So I'm very enthusiastic about learning more about the communications issues and helping facilitate the work that you all are doing and that Karen's team is doing here. Thinking about this committee, look how big it is. I mean, it's so impressive. We have, I think, 40 people on the committee this time around, Karen, give or take. And you all represent sort of a wide array of communities, industries, backgrounds, and you're the brightest minds on these issues, so we really look forward to hearing from you, learning, getting recommendations, and then doing what we can from inside the Commission to facilitate your efforts. Today, you have, as you probably see on your agenda, a big day ahead of you. We will give you an overview of what the Commission has been doing in the disabilities areas for the last few years to ensure that everyone is up to speed, and there's a lot to report. And then we're going to hear from the Commission staff on an array of other issues that are hot button issues right now: IP transition, emergency access, and the Lifeline reform. So hopefully you'll find today valuable on both fronts, and I know for us, we really look forward to hearing from you and learning from you. With that, I don't think I have a chairman to introduce quite yet, so why don't we sort of continue with the agenda. When the chairman gets here, I will jump back in and introduce him.
So I can pick it up from there. First of all, thank you so much, Allison. And you may have noticed the smiles around the room as you were telling about your own interest in these issues. I can tell you, as you might guess, it is a delight to be able to work with somebody who has already an interest in these issues. It makes the learning curve that much shorter and makes all of our jobs that much easier to know that somebody has an understanding of the needs of people with disabilities. So we're really excited to have you here. And for now, I'm just going to give you, I'm going to move into and I'll stop literally when the chairman comes in, but some of you have asked about your role and what your purpose is on the committee. Several of you have already served on committees here. Some of you are new. I think most of you have had a lot of involvement with the commission. For the most part, you're already doing what you're supposed to be doing. As Allison said, you've already produced 3 recommendations. What more can we ask for between your first and your second meeting? You've already been incredibly productive. We would like to guide you and assist you in the types of projects that you're taking on and the types of policy recommendations that we're asking for. And the reason that we want to do this is because we want to make the most of your expertise. You're chartered for a period of 2 years, and for those of you who have been on committees, you know how fast that's going to go. We have oversight of certain areas, and we want to make sure that the recommendations that you give us will be productive in a way that we can actually act on them. And so when we've talked to you about checking with us, for example, when you want to do something, or working with us with respect to figuring out what's the best projects to work on, that's really our goal. We are fine with you making recommendations on what you want to work on, but we do want to talk to you about them because it's important for us to make sure that as an arm of the agency, which is essentially what you are, that you're working on matters that we can address. So just with that, I was asked by several of you to give some overview. Are there any questions? No. Okay. Well, then hopefully I've answered your questions then. And you can come to see me individually. Do you want to move on to the logistics, or do you want me to go on to the rest of mine?
Why don't I go with the logistics,
okay,
because people are starting to ask. Okay. Again, I want to welcome all of you, and I want to welcome our new co-chairs. We're so happy to have them here. And I want to take this opportunity to thank Andrew Phillips for the great work he did while he was the chair here, and I wish him great luck. I also want to thank everybody here at the FCC, and particularly I want to also thank SSB BART Group and Sam Yale for their representative for the great refreshments we're having this morning and at lunchtime. It really provides a much more pleasant day to have these refreshments, and I really greatly appreciate that. Few logistic announcements. First, I think you already all know this. When you speak, please raise your hand so they can turn on your microphone, and then identify yourself before speaking, your name and your organization. Most of you have been here already. For those of you who have not, the restrooms are directly to the door to my right and then down that hall on your left. If you want to say something, you can raise your hand. You can also turn your card to the side, and in that way we can call on people in turn. There is Wi-Fi in this room, and if you would like to use that, the code that you type in is FCC 08241. FCC 08241. The program is being live streamed with captions at www.fcc.gov/live, and public comments can be made through emails at livequestions@fcc.gov. So if you have any concerns, any problems at all, any questions at all, any logistical problems, come to me anytime during the meeting. And now I think Karen can talk to us a little bit about some of the activities the FCC has been doing.
Well, actually, I'm going to pass it on to other people to do that, but I'll tell you who's going to be speaking. I also, before I do that, I want to mention that we have issued, many of you may have seen that we issued an ex parte public notice, which gives you the ability to talk about our proceedings without having to file an ex parte. That's the case for full meetings, subcommittee meetings, and any other tangential events that we have, such as the video description roundtable that we had yesterday. It will free you up in terms of what you can say. I also do want to mention that we've had a number of events. We're going to be having a number of additional events coming up. Many of you attended the M-Enabling Conference, which we are now an official co-sponsor of. That was attended by around 500 people from approximately 30 countries and showcased many new technologies designed to facilitate mobile wireless access by people with disabilities. And I thank you for those of you who have participated in that. We had a deaf-blind workshop. I'm not sure what we called it, whether it was a roundtable workshop, conference, or summit. But we had one of those a couple of weeks ago, and it was very, very productive. We learned all about the communication needs of the deafblind community. We're going to be following up as well on that. And of course, yesterday, thank you for many of you who participated in the video description roundtable, which was truly extraordinary. I know that I learned a tremendous amount. Allison said that she learned a lot. I don't usually stay at meetings the whole day. I tried to attend as much of that meeting as I could. It was just chock full of information and enormously helpful by those of you who gave your time to share your information about that. So upcoming, we have some additional events occurring. We haven't publicly announced them, but there will be events on captioning, there will be events on people with cognitive disabilities, and various other efforts to get your input and to expand the dialogue among various stakeholders with respect to how we can best meet the needs, communication and video programming needs of different segments of the disability population. So now I am going to turn it over to Disability Rights Office staff to give you an overview on recent FCC actions and outstanding issues. You had requested this. We'll move into this, and when the chairman comes, we'll pause. The individuals that will be giving these presentations are Susie Rosen Singleton, Gregory Leibach, and Rosalind Crawford. And I think I'm to hand it off to Greg first.
Hello.
if you look at today's agenda, you will see there are several topics that we'll be reporting out on. And these reports will be given by different members of the Bureau, from the Media Bureau, from Wireless Competition and Public Safety. This is to show that the CGB and the DRO do not work in isolation. This is not a place where we work in silos. We have a lot of work, interdisciplinary work occurring from all the major rulemaking processes. We have the implications on disability represented as every part of that. So constant attention is paid on our behalf, including all stakeholders, making sure that we watch these major procedures that possibly may have a direct or indirect effect on individuals with disabilities. And so we felt it was worthwhile to ask you, the committee, to keep an eye on and let us know if there are any procedures being held by any bureau. And of course, the DRO has always been a part of this process, but your feedback and input on our proposed proceedings, as well as those from other bureaus, is invaluable. On Lifeline, Inmate Calling Services, ICS, the IP transition, Emergency Alert System, and I could go on and on. Localization, location accuracy. So I wanted to share that with you. As for our current efforts within the CGB and DRO, just recently and currently we are developing work in 3 areas. The Deaf-Blind Roundtable discussion that we hosted on May 29th, for example, it was quite productive, and we had deaf-blind representatives from all across the country attend the roundtable, and several issues were touched upon to identify where the gaps were, especially. We receive reports from the FCC about the National Deaf-Blind Equipment Distribution Program, making a transition from a model program to a permanent equipment distribution program. And we now have an open rulemaking process occurring. And in addition to this process, there is a call for funding for a training program. And obviously, during the roundtable discussion, there was a lot of talk about the need of ongoing training, not just for the equipment that has been received from the distribution program, but for any piece of equipment. Because as you know, equipment is always upgraded, systems are upgraded and downloaded. So often we need to retrain individuals so that they can use the upgraded versions of the technology. We noticed that was one area where a gap existed. There was also a call for the use of communication facilitators within the relay service, meaning having a person there physically with the deafblind individual to tactily interpret the communication that's occurring through the VRS. For those who are fully blind, they have specifically asked for this service. There was also a recommendation about having untethered captioning. So untethering the captions from the system and being able to place them elsewhere so that the end user has ultimate control over its features and options. So it's separate from the screen and it can be displayed on a different screen. Once we develop that capability, then many things can be done to the captions, such as adding Bluetooth braille readers. It could be used for video calls, because the current video call system is an embedded system. It doesn't allow the end user to have any controls over the aesthetics of the text. So we want to untether the captioning so that the user has that control. There was also a report from Sprint about some recent upgrades to IP relay. Often it's the only option for individuals who are deafblind, so they have upgraded it, making it easier to use. A report from the CAG, IVR's provider. There's a new feature that will allow deafblind individuals to sign for themselves to a video, but then receive the response through text, braille text. There was an update about the current petition from the American Association of the Deafblind that called for the use of communication facilitators via the relay service. Last month, in May, the FCC awarded the VT Secure and their partners, TCS Associates, Gallaudet University, and RIT and TID partners who have basically developed a platform representing Video Access Technology Reference Platform, what we call VATRP. I know it's a very strange way to pronounce it, but we at the FCC are very good at coming up with difficult acronyms like we have for the NDBEDP. So we have to maybe come up with another brand name for the VATRP. But it was an award, basically a 5-year award, basically to build this platform, and it will lead to development of standards for video phone use that are more interoperable amongst the different video platform providers, and ultimately will lead to interoperability with off-the-shelf video technology down the road. So they will offer a product for the use of direct video communication services. Right now, there isn't a product available for direct communication, as our FCC ASL consumers have with their video hotline. So there's now in development a product that will be made available independently, separate from VRS, so that individuals can make direct calls. So there's a lot of flexibility, there's a lot of potential for, and we just kicked off with a town hall meeting last week about this. So if you look at whatisvatrp.com, again, www.whatisvatrp.com. It will share information that is occurring on this platform thus far, and we're hoping that will be ready by next year, spring of 2016 is our goal. Lastly, the development of the VRS part of the VRS reform is to establish a centralized registration database. Currently, each provider has their own registration database, and they vary, so we're going to centralize this database. Hopefully that will be up and running by this September. Providers are now contacting their users to update their registration information, and this will serve several purposes. It will be a more integrated database, and there will be more assurances that the program will run efficiently and that there will be integrity within the program. So that's all I have to report.
Okay. I guess I'm overseeing this set of the morning.
Okay.
Susie, the chairman is on his way. We've just gotten word. So if you want to start, and then we'll stop in the middle of your presentation.
Okay. Did you say you wanted us to wait?
No, you can go ahead. I think she just has one item.
All right. Thank you. I'm going to be covering 2 items here this morning. One is the recent order, and the other is a pending matter. The first one is related to the Emergency Alert System, EAS. On June 3rd, we released our 6th report and order to improve the operation of the EAS system. It's to establish operational standards. Now, with the EAS, it provides the president as well as state and local government agencies, the originators, to send out alerts and warning to the public over broadcast, cable, and other media communication facilities. This order creates new minimum accessibility rules to ensure that EAS visual messages are readable and accessible to people with disabilities. So the order requires 3 things. First of all, in addition to requiring that the EAS visual message be displayed in a manner that's consistent with the FCC's current rules, like on the top of the TV screen, not interfering with other messages, it also has to be displayed in a color, size, contrast, and location and speed that is readily readable and understandable. Secondly, the EAS visual message must be displayed in its entirety at least once during any EAS alert message. And it may not contain overlapping lines. And it may not extend beyond the viewable display in the screen, except for crawls that occasionally scroll on and off the screen. Intentionally. Text-to-speech technology is still maturing, and it will not be mandated by this order. And also, the Commission did not adopt rules on the audio-visual synchronicity, and will revisit this issue if necessary. I believe I'm going to defer now to the chairman.
No. Please. No, keep going.
Yeah. Yeah, I just have to mention Mr. Rogers interrupted me before in another meeting, so I'm not sure here which is more important. So should I finish? He came in, and I did stop in the middle of my presentation at that point, and willing to do so here as well. Of course, I deferred to him to speak. Okay. Yeah, I just do have one more. I have a few more comments, but I would like you to go ahead, sir.
I want to hear Susie.
Okay, I will continue. The last thing about the EAS report is that it mandates the PSHSB to discuss emergency matters and to work with FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agencies, and other relevant EHS stakeholders to host a workshop by September 1st, 2015 to promote accessibility and wider use of EAS. Now, PSHSB will be here. They will be here to share information about other relevant matters, but they asked me to cover this within the EAS. Now, secondly, this is a matter that we have from AT&T that is pending, but I feel it's very important for you all to be aware of. And this was related to real-time text. AT&T filed a petition for rulemaking and a waiver related to real-time text to replace the TTY support services in the IP-based environment and also with the new VoIP services. Now, the reason why this is important to people with disabilities is because real-time text is a text-based mode of communication where each text character appears on the receiving end at the same time that a message is being sent. So it allows for conversations to flow simultaneously, and it allows for both voice and text communication. It's exactly like a voice call when you're using RTT. And it also can replace TTYs as a technology of choice because it allows for direct communication between the real-time text user, and also it may be reducing the use of TRS. AT&T hopes to roll this out by the year 2017 and did ask the Commission to determine if the functionality makes it accessible for 911 calls and 711 calls, as well as other obligations. RTT implementation is interoperable. TTYs. It's backwards compatible until the TTY sunsets. And then it will also work with other VoIP networks, because that's a pending matter that we have here before the Commission. And I want to thank you again, Chairman.
That's all?
Yes. We do have other staff members who will be reporting later in the day as well.
Thank you, Susie. One of the great things that I've learned being here is the great people that I get to work with. I knew Karen, and particularly knew her by reputation before I came here, but I'd never met Susie, I'd never met Greg, and so many other folks that are so important to the work that we do. I want to welcome Allison again. Thank you. I was at the committee meeting yesterday and welcomed her there. We can't welcome her enough because these are important things that we're doing. Thank you to all of you for your investment of time and your resources in the work of this committee. Before I had this job, I was chairman of a similar committee at the FCC, the Technological Advisory Council, which is also a federally sanctioned agency or committee like you are. I know firsthand how much work. I was looking, and I'll talk in a minute about the various subcommittees that you've got. There's a lot of work going on, and thank you for that. And let me also just introduce a term or a concept that we tried to follow in TAC when I was chairing that, and I still want to follow now that I'm chairman of the commission, and that is to seek out actionable recommendations. We're not here, we don't want you to come invest your time for a debating society. This is not to sit here and just discuss things ad nauseum. The purpose for an agency like this is to take action where appropriate. And so we're interested in actionable recommendations to the Commission from this committee. The work of this committee is very high on my personal priority list. The first meeting I had with any outside groups when I became chairman was with groups representing disabled Americans and individuals with challenges that perhaps the FCC could play a role in helping to meet some of those challenges. It was, I want you to know, with malice of forethought, that was my first meeting, because I wanted to send a message. And so I'm here delivering that message again. Actionable recommendations. We're at the 5th anniversary of the CVAA, which was such a watershed in terms of creating the statutory underpinning for the commission to step up and take various appropriate actions. And since that first that first meeting with representatives of the disability community, we have taken multiple steps to follow through on both the letter and the spirit of CVAA by promulgating rules to improve the closed captioning, by requiring that video clips shown on the internet that have been shown on broadcast television continue to be closed caption, to propose to make the National Deafblind Equipment Distribution Program permanent. And I see sitting over here in the corner the demonstrator par excellence, Eddie Martinez, because Eddie came before the full commission when we were considering this item and gave everybody a tutorial in how the equipment worked. It's not very often that you find a presentation like that is not only a good presentation, but also a presentation with a sense of humor. and Eddie was successful at doing that. We've also been expanding the requirements to make sure that individuals who are blind or visually impaired have access to emergency information, not only on their televisions, but on second screens, since everybody is using second screens these days, like laptops and tablets and cell phones. But these are kind of logical things. I don't mean to make light of them. They're really important things. But they're logical steps that we ought to be taking. And so that's why I'm really excited to hear from the reports back from this meeting about the work that your subcommittees have been doing and the recommendations that you'll be making there from the Emergency Communications Subcommittee to worry about, to have recommendations or thoughts on wireless emergency alerts, from the Relay and Equipment Distribution Subcommittee to establish standards for speed of answer. Gee whiz. Why should a call to VRS not have the same kind of expectation that a voice telephone caller has? To have a recommendation from the subcommittee, the Communications Subcommittee, that we collect data and reports about consumers' needs consumer needs for people with disabilities? My goodness, yes. If we're not collecting that information, who is? And if we want to have an information-based, a data-based set of decisions at this commission, we got to have that kind of information. And a report from the video programming subcommittee on yesterday's meeting that I was lucky enough to also briefly be at on the video description activities. And I said at that point in time, I was really impressed when I saw the list of the attendees at that meeting, who literally were from around the world: Italy, Australia, Canada, the UK, and I'm looking forward to the recommendations of that group. So again, I would just close by saying two things. One, thank you to everybody here, and two, the work of this committee will be assessed by your delivery of actionable recommendations, and then turning around and holding us accountable for those kind of recommendations. So thank you to all of you for coming here, for participating, and I look forward to the results of your work. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And now I think that we can resume the overview by turning to Rosalynn Crawford. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That was a wonderful speech, a wonderful set of remarks, and I'm sure that everybody here really appreciates hearing them. Thank you, Rosalynn.
Okay. This is Rosalynn Crawford, and I'm going to give you an update on some of the work that we've been doing around the CVAA, the 21st Century Communications and Video Accessibility Act. Over the last year or so, this information that I'm going to provide you now is available electronically upon request. So if you'd like to have a copy of it instead of taking notes, I'd be happy to provide you with an electronic version, because we've been a little busy. I'm just going to run through the sections of the statute itself, so you're probably all familiar with how that runs. Starting off with Title I, with the hearing aid compatibility, we had at the Commission, we've got some outstanding public notices and some additional work we need to do to bring our regulations in line with the changes that were made by the CVAA. With respect to telecommunications relay services, the CVAA changed the definition of relay services, and we currently have a notice of proposed rulemaking that addresses that particular issue. So seeking comment on amending that definition in our rules. On advanced communication services and equipment, recent actions that were taken include the delivery of the 2014 biennial report to Congress last October. We also the Bureau issued an order extending a class waiver of our advanced communications rules, accessibility rules, until January of 2016 for basic e-readers. We still have outstanding issues left to address with advanced communications from the initial report and order and further notice of proposed rulemaking in 2011, dealing with issues like the interpretation of interoperable with respect to video conferencing services, video mail service, and some performance objectives and other technical issues. We also have recently received a petition to extend the advanced communications waiver for video game software at least until January of 2017. So we've issued recently a public notice seeking comment on that waiver request. And we also will be needing over the next year or so collecting information on the accessibility of communications technologies to prepare for the next biennial report due to Congress in October of 2016. As mentioned by the chairman and by Greg, the National Deafblind Equipment Distribution Program, affectionately called ICANN Connect. The Commission in May extended the pilot program for an additional year and also proposed rules to make that program turn from a pilot program to a permanent program, so that's the intent. And we haven't, the comment period for that proceeding is currently open, and certainly want to encourage everyone who has any interest in this program whatsoever to please take a look at the glorious proposed rulemaking notice and provide comments, please. With respect to the Emergency Access Advisory Committee, although the committee itself is no longer active, some proceedings that have evolved out of their work include a second report in order and third notice of proposed rulemaking, adopting rules requiring wireless and interconnected text messaging service providers to be capable of supporting text to 911 by the end of 2014, which is already passed, and to implement text to 911 service within 6 months of a request by a 911 call center. There are some outstanding notice of proposed rulemaking issues, including enhanced location information, technical issues, roaming support, and future texting services such as real-time text included in that proceeding. Moving on to Title II of the CBAA on video programming accessibility. As mentioned by Chairman Wheeler, the Commission issued a second order on reconsideration adopting rules applying the IP captioning requirements to video clips. There are some additional outstanding issues related to those issues, in particular captioning requirements on DVD and Blu-ray players and requirements for apparatus synchronization of closed captions. We also have some additional issues related to captioning of video clips that I imagine we'll be looking at soon. On video description, recent actions taken by the Commission include a 2014 report to Congress and an order in public notice released recently announcing that effective July 1st of 2015, the top 5 non-broadcast networks are Disney, History, TBS, TNT, and USA. History Channel has replaced Nickelodeon in the top 5, and that's effective July 1st. And that also effective July 1st, the affiliates of ABC, CBS, Fox, and NBC that are in the top 60 television markets, not just the top 25, the top 60, will be required to ensure that they provide the requisite number of video-described programming. There are some outstanding issues regarding video description that we will be addressing. In particular, requirements for IP-delivered MVPD, cable and satellite linear programming, tagging a video description to be able to automate switching between the main and the secondary audio streams, and making customers service support contact information available. Also, the CVA permits us to the Commission to extend and expand the requirement for video description by up to 75%, but not before July 1st of 2016, something to look forward to, and that will increase the amount of video described programming from about 4 hours a week to about 7 hours a week. With respect to emergency information, Chairman Wheeler mentioned the second report in order recently released requiring emergency information to be passed through on the secondary audio stream for linear programming on second screen devices. There was also a memorandum opinion in order recently that granted petitions for waiver of the audible crawl rule. This is where the text crawls across the screen and needs to be turned into an audible speech and passed on the secondary audio stream. And we extended the requirement for that to happen from May 26th to November 30th of this year, so a 6-month extension, and provided some extended compliance time for some cable analog and hybrid analog digital cable systems. We have a couple of outstanding issues still regarding emergency information that we will be dealing with, and that which the Disability Advisory Committee may want to take a look at, and providing some recommendations or some input on for the Commission to consider regarding prioritizing multiple on-screen announcements and whether to continue making school closings available on the secondary audio stream, and requiring cable and satellite providers to ensure that consumers have a simple and easy to use mechanism to access the secondary audio stream to get to that emergency information when it appears. And finally, last but not least, we have the last sections of the CVA dealing with user interfaces on digital apparatus and access to video programming guides and menus provided by navigation devices, including set-top boxes. We have some outstanding issues regarding the usability of accessible navigation devices, user display settings for closed captioning, programming information for PEG channels and consumer notification requirements, and also to address a petition for reconsideration regarding voice command and gesture activation mechanisms. So I imagine you'll be seeing some of that relatively soon. There is lots more information available about these actions by the Commission on our website, and again, if anyone would like to have this information made available to them electronically, just let me know, or perhaps we'll just send it out to all of you, and you'll get it in an email with an attachment. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Rosaline. This is Claude speaking. We're ready to receive the presentation by Mr. Daniel Kahn from the Wireline Competition Bureau. Mr. Kahn, if you wouldn't mind joining us at the front. Thank you so much. Mr. Kahn's going to talk to us about the IP transition that his bureau's been working on.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to be here this morning. My name is Daniel Kahn. I am one of the deputies in the Competition Policy Division in the FCC's Wireline Competition Bureau. And I am here this morning, and it's my pleasure to be speaking with you about technology transitions. And sometimes you hear the terminology, the IP transition. We in my bureau are fond of the term technology transitions because we like to emphasize that there are in fact a number of transitions going on. One of them, as captured in the name IP transition, is the transition from time division multiplexing, or TDM, which is the traditional way that phone calls are routed, in which your call is broken up into individual packets, and each packet gets sent at a fixed amount of time between them and that's the traditional method of transmission, TDM, and we're switching to a world of Internet protocol, which we call packet-based technology, where packets are sent in all sorts of different directions and all sorts of different times and are reassembled at the other end. So that's one transition in the transmission methodology. We also are seeing transitions in facilities, from a network based on copper to a network that combines copper, wireless, coaxial cable, and fiber. We also are seeing a transition in what the network is for. Traditionally, we've had a phone network for voice and a cable network for video, and of course today we are seeing a lot of convergence where both networks are being used for voice, video, and internet. The distinction between the transitions from TDM to IP and the transitions in facilities are fairly important from our perspective, because when you transition from copper to fiber, there are some important differences. Fiber obviously carries through a lot more data, and fiber, unlike copper, is not line powered, meaning that if there's a power outage, a copper-based telephone still can work, but a fiber-based telephone cannot. However, when there's a transition from fiber to fiber from copper, it does not necessarily mean that services have to change, although it can. However, when there is a transition from TDM to IP, that does entail a change in service. Those differences are reflected in our legal processes around the two types of transitions. When there's a transition from copper to fiber, it's a notice-based process. The carrier has to provide notice, but they do not need to seek the FCC's approval. On the other hand, when there is a transition in services, under our statute, the carrier does have to seek our approval, and we look at, among other factors, whether the substitute service, that is the new service, is an adequate substitute for the pre-existing service. Our policy goals with regard to technology transitions, the Commission stated that its goals are that technology transitions are already bringing innovative and improved communication services to the marketplace, and the Commission wants to ensure a successful transition, in part by protecting our core values, because if individuals or competition are left behind, it'll delay the transitions to the detriment of all. And the key values that the Commission has emphasized that it wants to protect are to protect consumers, as I said, ensuring that nobody is left behind by the transitions, protecting competition, universal service, public safety, and national security. Building on those policy goals, I'm going to talk to you about two policy proceedings that have been going on related to technology transitions. I don't mean to suggest that these are the only policy proceedings going on related to technology transitions, because the transitions touch on many aspects of our work, including some of the work you've already heard about. But there are two that my bureau's worked extensively on that I'd like to talk to you about. And the first is the service-based experiments that some of you have heard about. In January 2014, the Commission issued what it called the Technology Transitions Order, which laid the framework for service-based experiments to examine the real-world impact of technology transitions in individual areas. We invited applications by parties that are interested in carrying out these experiments, and we have two before us. The most interesting from the perspective here is the one by AT&T. AT&T has proposed that it will transition 2 wire centers, one in West Delray, Florida, also called Kings Point, and that's in South Florida in Broward County, and one in Carbon Hill, Alabama. And it proposes to transition those wire centers from TDM to IP, and in some cases to transition from wireline service to fixed wireless service. AT&T is currently in what it calls phase 0 of this experiment, in which it's conducting outreach in the communities and laying groundwork. Eventually, it's said that it will enter phase 1, in which it will seek our approval to stop offering new customers its legacy service. This is called grandfathering the service. And eventually, if we approve that phase 1, it will seek our approval for phase 2, in which it will discontinue the legacy services entirely. The communities it's selected, one of them is suburban and one of them is rural. West Delray, Florida contains a large retiree population, which makes it an interesting place for this experiment. AT&T's been submitting quarterly and was going to continue to submit quarterly reports about its outreach publicly, available on our docket. They're very interesting. Among its outreach so far has been in Florida. It's, for instance, conducted outreach to 3 senior technology training events. It's met in Florida and Alabama with the American Association of People with Disabilities, along with a number of other local organizations. And it's said that it is interested in conducting potential technology trainings with some of the local disability organizations with which it's working. So that will be a very interesting experiment as it moves forward from the perspective of the issues in which this committee is interested. CenturyLink has also, I won't spend as much time on that, but CenturyLink has proposed an experiment related to IP-to-IP interconnection. It's really more oriented towards business issues, so as I said, I won't dwell on that too long here. The other technology transitions proceeding that I'd like to speak with you about is in November of 2014, the Commission issued a rulemaking proposal, a notice of proposed rulemaking focused on 3 topics related to technology transitions. First of all, backup power. As I mentioned, fiber, unlike copper, is not line powered, so we raised questions about whether we should adopt any requirements to ensure that there is adequate backup power during when there are power outages, for instance, so that people are able to contact emergency services. And the other 2 areas of focus are on consumer protection and competition issues. One of the issues on which we sought comment is, as I mentioned, when there is a transition in services, whether that constitutes, under our statute, the term is discontinuance, reduction, or impairment, the carrier has to seek our approval, and whether that's for a transition from TDM to IP or wireline to fixed wireless services. Advocacy organization, Public Knowledge, had suggested to us that rather than wait and adjudicate these applications one by one, it would benefit everyone, that is the public industry, to lay out clear guidance ahead of time on what standards we're going to apply to determine whether the new service is an adequate substitute for the discontinued service. And we agree. We thought the Commission thought that was a very good idea, and sought comment on that proposal, and particularly sought comment on a list of 10 factors that would look at to evaluate whether there is an adequate substitute in the market for the pre-existing service. And one of the factors that it's particularly interested in is accessibility for individuals with disabilities. We've received a lot of good comments on our NPRM on that issue, our notice of proposed rulemaking, but we would welcome, the record remains open, and we would welcome more. The staff is particularly interested in the specific proposals and objective criteria that are either quantifiable or answered as yes, no questions. So we would welcome additional feedback in our record. We also, the notice of proposed rulemaking sought comment on a number of other issues. With respect to the retirement of copper facilities in favor of fiber, there have been allegations in our record that consumers don't necessarily always understand how those changes impact them. Suppose that's not surprising, or how those changes don't impact them, for that matter, that they often can retain their existing services unless the carrier has sought and obtained our approval to change services. So the notice proposed creating a notification requirement, so the carriers, when they retire copper facilities, would be obligated to inform consumers and educate them about what that means. And among the things we sought comment on is how can we ensure that this notice is accessible to individuals with disabilities? How can we ensure that it's understandable for everybody? I'll provide a very quick overview of our competition proposals. Recognizing the importance of competition, particularly in the enterprise market, the Commission sought comment on proposals to be clear that when a carrier discontinues a service and that discontinuance has an impact on the public, even if the impact is as a result of customers that it provisions that in turn provide service to the public, that an application would be required. We also sought comment on whether we should establish a requirement that when carriers discontinue their services, they make available to competitive carriers equivalent access to the inputs that they provide for some amount of time, so that the competitors can continue to provide competitive service. That concludes my presentation. I know our time is short, so I want to be sure to leave time for questions if there are any.
I'm sure that some of you have some questions for Mr. Khan. Any questions? Christian?
Thank you. Now, you mentioned the idea about transitioning services and the idea of the phone companies having to tell consumers about that, about the impact and educating that. That makes sense to me, but it leads me to a question, which is that sometimes I'm wondering if the phone companies themselves fully understand the implications of making that transition. And what is to happen if, and I don't mean it, for the unintended consequences that they have not maybe foreseen. So, for example, there are some phone carriers, some phone services that hard of hearing people depend on. Turbo code, and that it's not a technical standard. So phone companies may actually feel that they can neglect that issue, and that will have an impact on a body of their consumers. So how do you regulate that sort of situation?
That's an excellent question. As I said, part of our evaluation is whether there is the substitute on the market is an adequate substitute, and we fully recognize that we do not know everything about this question, and we very much want to learn more so that we can be ready to make that evaluation. So this is exactly the kind of information that we're looking for in our record. So I'd encourage you and invite anybody else who has similar comments to file this in our proceeding. We'd find this very helpful. We consult regularly with our colleagues in DRO, and they keep us informed about these kinds of issues, and we try to understand them ourselves too. But the more written information we have in our record, the better we'll be able to articulate criteria going forward. Thank you.
Wait, there's a question down here. Okay. Oh, I can't. Oh, Lisa Hamlin. Lisa?
Thank you. This is Lisa Hamlin from Hearing Loss Association of America. I would just like to echo what Christian was saying. We're at my organization, we've already received calls from people who are not able to use their traditional caption phones under some circumstances. And we find that there are workarounds, but it just needs to be, people need to be aware of it. If they don't know what's going to happen, both the consumer and whoever is installing a wireless type, a hub kind of system that goes into the home wirelessly, and it looks like a phone, so the consumer thinks it's fine to plug in their caption phone, but in some situations it doesn't take text, so the text is lost. And that means that person has no access to any kind of phone. So those are the situations, and if it's appropriate for us to make comments on this, is the NPRM cover those kinds of comments, and if so, how long is this NPRM open?
The comment cycle is closed, but it ended in March, but there still is opportunity to file an ex parte.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. I don't have enough hands here. Okay. It's hard to operate a device, raise your hand, and to talk into a mic at the same time. And I don't chew bubble gum and walk either. As you can tell, there are a number of proceedings happening at the FCC. You can see the breadth of areas that impact the disability community. And I really want to thank everybody who's presented today in a timely fashion, because I know it's very hard to encapsulate all the hard work that you're doing. Just as a reminder, you can file or comment on proceedings outside the DAC if you have specific interests in areas, and it sounds like they're very open to hearing that. Our next speaker today is Dana Zellman. She's with the Public Safety and Homeland Security Bureau, and she'll be presenting on emergency access. So Dana, take it away.
Good morning. Like she said, my name is Dana Zellman. I'm an attorney advisor with the Public Safety and Homeland Security Bureau, and I work on a lot of 911 related issues, as some of my colleagues mentioned earlier, specifically text to 911. And I wanted to give you guys a little bit more of an update on what we've been doing for that. So, as was mentioned earlier, the Commission adopted a report and order and a further notice of proposed rulemaking last year in August, which required that wireless providers and interconnected text providers, collectively we call them covered text providers, must be capable of supporting text to 911 to any PSAP that requested it by December 31st, 2014. And that is for all different kinds of, that's whether or not they had actually received any requests. So in general, the report and order required that covered text providers have 6 months from the date of a request to commence delivery of 911 text messages to that PSAP. And the first deadline for covered text providers is coming up and will be at the end of this month on June 30th. So that means for any PSAP that requested text to 911 before the end of last year, their service should start up within a matter of days. So that is pretty exciting. Currently, there are 316 PSAPs that are accepting texts, and that number is growing. I know it seems modest. As a portion of the total number of PSAPs nationwide, it's only about 4% of PSAPs. But it's actually 8% of all counties, and it actually represents just under 16% of the United States population. So we have the states of Maine, New Hampshire, and Vermont that support it statewide. It's nearly statewide in Hawaii and also most of Indiana. So we're very encouraged by the fact that it is going. It might be slower going than we all would want, but through some outreach opportunities and engagement with stakeholders, we're really trying to encourage increased adoption of text to 911. And we've been releasing monthly updates to our PSAP registry, which reflects all of the PSAPs that have to date requested text to 911. And then as part of that request, just as a matter of clarification, a PSAP can only file a request if it's really ready to accept text. And so part of our challenge is that we don't have jurisdiction over the PSAPs. We can't force any PSAPs to do this. So it's largely encouragement. Some grassroots efforts have made PSAPs a little warmer to the idea. But as these early adopters share their stories about how text to 911 doesn't overwhelm a PSAP, it doesn't cause problems, it opens doors and it enables access for the deaf and hard of hearing and a number of other groups that could really benefit, particularly we've noted on domestic abuse and child abuse. There are a lot of reasons that text to 911 should be adopted, but we're doing what we can within our powers to encourage PSAPs to make these requests and open doors for those in their community. And there were some handouts available over there that has a link to our PSAP registry, and we'll be continually releasing updates about PSAPs that turn on the service. Another effort of ours, and I think this will hopefully be music to people's ears, is that we're finally working on a map, an interactive map that will illustrate where text to 911 is and isn't available. And also, we would like to flag certain methods of taking text to 911. So there's a SMS to TTY conversion method of text to 911 that we think it's helpful to maybe flag those deployments because there's etiquette involved with using a TTY. And if folks don't know that, they might not necessarily know to go ahead at the end of their messages. So another challenge, but we're really hopeful to have a beta version of this map up on our website sometime before the end of the summer, and then with the hopes that we would have a much more polished, comprehensive, and informative map by the end of the year. We know that's a really important tool for the community, and we're trying to get that out the door as soon as possible. And lastly, I know it was mentioned earlier that we had a further notice of proposed rulemaking that sought comment on issues related to enhanced location, roaming support, as well as how to incorporate future texting services into the Commission's Text to 911 rules. And we're currently reviewing that record, and we hope to come out with some additional rules on Text to 911 maybe by the end of this year, probably more likely next year, but we're certainly working with DRO on that, as well as the real-time text petitions that were mentioned earlier, because we want to open the door for these future texting services. And as we have it set up right now, it's not completely seamless, so we're looking for ways to incorporate new and improved, not SMS texting methods into the fold. So with that, I know that was rather brief, but if anybody has any questions, happy to answer.
Sunny, please go ahead.
This is Al Sonnenstrahl, and I'm representing the Deaf Seniors of America. And I'm wondering about the mentality of the people in this, of this program, Text to 911. Are they thinking that this is only for people with disabilities? Or are they aware that this will be applied to every single individual in that jurisdiction? Or is it just disabilities?
No. I mean, this is the availability of the service generally in a jurisdiction. This is not, you don't have to sign up and say, I need Text to 911 support, and then the PSAP. Oh, maybe I'm not understanding the question.
I'm not talking about registration. I mean the PSAPs and the phone companies. Are they aware that this is not just for deaf people, but this is for everyone involved? People who have autism or...
I certainly think that the covered text providers are aware that this really has a much farther reach outside of the deaf and hard of hearing community, because it does. I can't say for sure about the PSAPs, because I think that there is some misinformation. I think there's some resistance to Text to 911 that's not based on anything real. They're just assuming that it's going to overwhelm their call takers. They assume that it's going to cost a lot of money for them to set it up, but that's not necessarily true. So that's part of our challenge too, is educating not only the public about Text to 911, but also the PSAPs, because ultimately the decision of whether or not to bring 911 text messages into their call centers, it's up to them, unfortunately. So we can't make them do it, but we can give them more information and remind them that it's not going to overwhelm, but that it opens really important doors for not just the deaf and hard of hearing community, but for the community at large. So.
And this is Susan. Matt, I understand you have your hand raised. Do you want to go ahead?
Sure. Oh, there you go. Hi, Matt Gerst with CTI, the Water Association. Thank you for your presentation. It was very helpful. I was particularly struck by the number that 16% of the U.S. population is currently covered by this service, which, you got to think this is even before that 6-month deadline hits, and, that just shows the commitment that I think what the industry and the public safety community have shown to this issue, and how quickly, since the EAC actually adopted their recommendation, that things moved to get Text 911 out there. But I think that number also kind of highlights the challenge in making sure people are aware of where service actually is. And I was also interested in your comments about developing a map to help, which I think is going to be very helpful. But can you help us understand what type of data are you using to populate the map? Is it just from the PSAP registry based on their jurisdictions, or how are you developing the map itself?
That's correct. We are using the PSAP registry, or rather the number of PSAPs that have made requests to us. So we can't necessarily, we're not going to know if a PSAP says, hey, we're ready for text, unless they let us know. And so we're aware of some instances where PSAPs have maybe released local news stories about we want to accept text, we plan to. They might have only engaged with one carrier as opposed to the whole group by registering with us. So we still have a couple of things to iron out, but as of right now, we are using the Text to 911 PSAP readiness registry as our source of information for the map.
Okay, Helena Mitchell, please go ahead. Oh, wait a second. Hold on a second. Susie wants to add the comment.
I'm sorry to interject, but I just wanted to add, in response to Matt's question, how we know if 911 is available in a particular area, if text to 911 is available. We don't expect you to necessarily look at the map or a chart that we have on the website. Instead, we actually have requirements in place that the carriers bounce back your text message if they do not provide that service. And that's since September 30th of 2014. Do I have that right, Dana?
2013.
2013, right. So that's been in place for quite some time. So you can always attempt to text to 911, and you must receive a bounce back message if that service is not available, so that you will know, at least in that instance, that your message was not received. The message, it must say, I'm sorry, text to 911 is not yet available. You need to use an alternate means of contacting 911. So that's, I think, important for the members of this committee to know as we consider it.
Okay, we are running a little short on time. Karen wanted to interject something very quickly.
Yes.
Then we'll go to Helena Mitchell. And I will ask the person who's presenting, Dana, to stay after during a break that we'll have in about 15 minutes. I know Howard and some other folks have some questions. And if you don't mind, is that okay with you, Howard, and anyone else who has questions? Is that a yes? Okay, yes, great. Okay, go ahead, please.
Okay, this is Karen. Really quickly, I just wanted to let you know that even though we cannot tell the PSAPs what to do, many of you know that the Department of Justice can under the Americans with Disabilities Act, and that although right now the DOJ rules under the ADA only require access by TTY users, in fact, the Department of Justice is considering amending those rules to expand them to more modern types of text. So we have been in contact with the Department of Justice on this, and hopefully there will be changes made as well under that law. And I think, so who are we going to now? Elena.
Dana, the question had to do with EAS, and we know that this is rulemaking and all of that, but are the state emergency communications committees and the local emergency communications committees being involved and solicited to help with the outreach of what some of the proposals are?
I'm a little embarrassed to say that I don't know. I'm sort of the 911 person, but I do know that all of our efforts, we are constantly trying to engage local support for EAS, for 911, for all sorts of things, because when it comes to emergency information and emergency alerting and emergency communication generally, that really needs to happen at the local level. People need support at the local level, and as much as we want to do things on a nationwide scale, it's not possible without their support. So I know that we have a couple of outreach opportunities coming up in the next few weeks. Myself and some of the other leadership in the Bureau we're going to be out there and hoping to sort of engage the community on these issues, on EAS, on 911, and even other things beyond that.
And Dana, you'll stand back by the food area, if that's okay?
Sure.
For people who want to find you after.
They'll be able to find me pretty easily.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, sure.
This is Claude. We're pleased to welcome two people from the Chairman's office. Ms. Gigi Son and Mr. Daniel Alvarez will be giving us a report on the Lifeline reform that's been happening. So Ms. Sohn and Mr. Alvarez, welcome. Thanks for your time.
Good morning. It's great to be here, and great to be discussing a critically important topic, and that is making sure that everybody has access to broadband, all Americans, not just the wealthiest and the most privileged among us. So I'm going to turn over the microphone to my colleague, Daniel Alvarez, who's going to talk a little bit about the history of Lifeline and also talk a little bit about what we're doing to ensure that all Americans have access to broadband. Dan?
Sure. So thank you all for the invitation to be here today and for allowing me to chat. Hi. Lifeline is a program that goes back to the mid-'80s, which point the Commission decided that we needed a program to ensure that low-income Americans had support to get the kind of wireline at the time service that was really necessary to be able to be part of an active member and participant in society. In the 96 Act, the Congress, I guess, affirmed that decision. It included the notion of helping to support low-income Americans' access to communications and advanced communication services in Section 254 in the 1996 Telecommunications Act, and that the way that Congress put it together in the 96 Act really kind of created a model for evolving the program as the communications needs of society changed. And what you saw in the 2000s was the FCC sort of take the first steps to evolving the program to support wireless service. First, facilities-based wireless service, and then eventually non-facilities-based wireless service, right? So this all happened, I guess, in the 2005 to 2008 time frame. Then in 2012, the Commission took some steps to really help ensure that the program was being managed properly, ensure that steps were being taken to fight and prevent waste, fraud, and abuse in the program, because it was really getting to the point that it was casting a doubt on the integrity of the program, and that's obviously something that we don't want to happen. Last Thursday, we here at the Commission and the Chairman and Commissioner Clyburn and Commissioner Rosenworcel all voted for this, took the step of proposing to further evolve the program, bring it into the 21st century by making broadband part of the program. The idea would be that you would be able to take the support that you, the low-income American, would be able to take the support that you are currently using for your wireline service or your wireless service and use it to help you pay for a broadband service. One of the key components of the reform that we are proposing is the idea of making sure that as we evolve the program to include broadband, we are getting the most value out of the program, both for the beneficiaries, the folks who are using it, and for the ratepayers who are paying into the Universal Service Fund that provides the support for this program. And a big part of trying to achieve that value is something that we're calling minimum service levels. The idea that we want to make sure that the people, the money that is being used in this program, the people who are the beneficiaries of the program and the ratepayers who are paying into this program are getting the best possible service for the money. I think that is a really important point because we don't want a situation where folks who happen to be the beneficiaries of this program are getting a second-class service. And I think that was a point that Commissioner Clyburn made very clear, that there's an important aspect of this that is sort of a dignity kind of aspect to it, that we don't want folks to feel like they are getting a second-class service out of this deal. So that was very important. Another important part of it is we want the service to be useful, right? And that is something that I think Commissioner Rosenworcel has really been focused on, this notion of the homework gap and the fact that there are folks out there who simply don't have the service at home that they need, that their kids need to do homework, to participate in school the way that they really need to get themselves ready for the 21st century. And that's something that, again, we think is very important, and an important part of making sure that as we reform this program, it is doing its job. There are lots of other kind of ins and outs of the reform that we're proposing. We ask about things like making sure that providers are not the ones doing the eligibility determinations. Today, I'm sure we've all kind of seen the news reports of the folks who go up to the tents, and the person who's selling the service is also the person who determines whether you're eligible to buy the service. And I think the chairman called that, the prime example of the fox guarding the hen house. That just doesn't make any sense, and so we're proposing to change that. We're proposing a few other things that hopefully should help make sure that protect the program from waste, fraud, and abuse by actors who really don't have the best interests of the program or the best interests of the beneficiaries and ratepayers in mind. So that's really a high-level overview of what we're doing. I don't know, Gigi, do you want to?
Sure. I mean, we'd like to take some questions, but one of the reasons we're here today is, at least according to CTIA, the wireless industry, a full third of Lifeline users are from the disability community. So we'd really, really like to ask for your engagement in this rulemaking. We're almost certain to have workshops along this line, and we'll be asking some of you to participate. So if you're not already focused on this particular issue, this particular proceeding, now is the time, and we would welcome it. We're happy to meet with anybody or talk to anybody who wants to learn more about it. The text is not out yet of the Notice of Proposed Rulemaking. But again, this is really about ensuring that everybody can participate in society. We had a 16-month debate about whether broadband is an essential service and whether everybody should have it. I think the American people pretty clearly said, yes, they should. And that should include everybody, including everybody in this room. So we hope for your participation. If people are interested, please let me know. I didn't bring any of my business cards down, although I'm not very hard to find. And we'll open it up to questions. I guess we get about 7 or 8 minutes for questions.
Field them?
Are there any questions?
We're good. I'm sure that this issue is so broad and encompassing and important that people want to give some thought, but we really appreciate your taking the time to bring this to our attention. I'm sure that there are a number of people who are also low income, given the poverty rates around the disability community, and the additional economic issues that come with having a disability and providing supports. So we appreciate the time. We'll look forward to hearing more from you through the workshops and the proceedings that are upcoming. But we thank you for taking the time to be aware of this issue and the importance for people with disabilities as well. One last question. Anybody questions?
Thanks, Eddie.
Oh, one in the audience? Susan Kimmel, please.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, Gigi. I'm with the Disability Rights Office, and actually I work on complaints. And we've received quite a number of complaints of people who want to use VRS but do not have broadband available because they're in a rural community. And it's partly the cost, but it's also the build-out. Mm-hmm. And I wondered if in your provision of Lifeline service to include broadband, if there'll be any special incentives for greater build-out.
So I can take this.
So I think the build-out question is one that we're trying to tackle in the context of reforming the high cost fund, right? We've done a lot of work. In 2011, we adopted the transformation order, created the Connect America Fund. We are in the process of moving on to phase 2 of the Connect America Fund now. Last week, I think Frontier announced that they would be accepting something like $290 million of support, and I don't remember the exact number of households that means that they're building out to, but it's a bunch, and we expect more of that kind of news over the coming months. We're looking at ways to reform the mechanism for the rate of return companies, again, to continue to incent build out in rural areas. There's certainly a part of Lifeline that helps to incent broadband deployment, or sort of network deployment, I guess, broadband if we end up going in that direction in an order. But there's part of the Lifeline premise is the notion that by affecting the demand side of the equation, you would help the economics improve for deployment of networks in certain areas. That would be great. But that's, I think, not the primary purpose of Lifeline. So we have a bunch of different mechanisms as part of the Universal Service Fund that are tackling the different parts of the problem that you rightly acknowledged are there.
Let me also add one thing. I know Allison is not here, but one of her big project is going to be tackling the adoption problem. Okay, so it's connected, because obviously, Lifeline is about making broadband and communications affordable, and affordability is a major barrier for many to adopt. But beyond that, obviously, there are other issues as well. So, Allison, when she's getting her sea legs still, but once she gets her sea legs, that's really going to be one of her big issues, is figuring out how the Commission can be helpful in closing the adoption gap.
So if I could just add on to that, you heard the chairman this morning talk about actionable recommendations. So this is not the last you've heard of this topic. We're going to be having a new business portion of our discussion today, later in the day, and this is going to come back. So we may be asking you for recommendations as a committee on these issues, as amongst other things. We have various topics that we want to mention. So hold all these thoughts. It's going to come back later today.
And with that leads us to our break. We will resume at on the hour. If I can ask you to quickly review the Communications Subcommittee's recommendations so it's fresh in your mind, I'd appreciate that. And we'll start sharp on the hour. Thank you.
Okay, everybody. This is Claude. Again, as co-chairs, we are now moving into our subcommittee reports. Each subcommittee will talk about their own recommendations and then ask us to take action as a full committee on those recommendations. So the first committee we would appreciate hearing from this morning is the Communications Subcommittee. And so we have with us Susan Mazrui and Mark Reichert. They are the co-chairs for said committee. So, Susan, would you please proceed with your report?
And I am actually going to proceed by passing this on to Mark, who's going to give the summary of what the activities have been in the subcommittee, as well as go over the recommendation. So thank you, Mark.
Thank you. Hello. Thank you, Claude, and thank you, Susan. It's been, I think, a very productive first quarter, if we can call it that, of the Subcommittee on Communications. A robust group of people they're very shy, the members of our group. Oh, come on, you all need to be more expressive than that. You can laugh at that. Our committee decided that, given all of the issues that we're working on, we're breaking our work up into three principal areas, and so we've divided up into three work groups. One has to do with collaborative activities and working across federal agencies. Yours truly volunteered to take on responsibilities for coordinating that group. That working group has not yet met. I expect that we will be meeting over the next couple of months in advance of the October DAC meeting, and I think some of the things that we're wanting to look at in that working group of the Communications Subcommittee really have to do with these sort of cross-cutting issues. We talked a little bit yesterday among those of us who were participating in the video description meetings that were held yesterday, which were excellent, about some of the implications that video description related work has for copyright and intellectual property work. We recognize in the Communications Subcommittee that the FCC doesn't have jurisdiction over copyright law in this country. I think there is, however, recognition that in copyright, as in so many other areas, and we talked a little bit earlier today, for example, about what the Justice Department is currently doing, or from an advocate's point of view, failing to do, to move the agenda forward in a number of regulatory areas, that it may be worth considering how the FCC can play a stronger role as a voice on behalf of issues related to matters within the Commission's jurisdiction that are across federal agencies. So, as you can plainly see, an ambitious topic. Gosh only knows what recommendations, if any, will emerge from those discussions. But back to you about that more anon. The other two working group areas, the second one, which my colleague Susan Mazrui serves as the facilitator for, has to do with looking at new and emerging technologies. We don't have a recommendation to put before you today from this working group. I'll say a few words about it and then pause and see if Susan wants to add or clean up whatever mess I make with the work that's going on there. But the recommendations that we're looking at, or the sort of direction we're going here, is to make sure that, to the extent possible, the FCC can help sort of facilitate a clearer discussion than perhaps the disability community, along with other stakeholders, have had up till this point, about trying to get ahead of the development of technologies that, by virtue of the fact that folks are simply overlooking or neglecting to think about the needs of people with disabilities, that then barriers exist. There are a number of examples in this area. The one that I tend to pick on has to do with touchscreen technology. Decades ago, if you were to put before people the notion that people with and without disabilities were going to be interacting with total flat screen, no physical controls, how would people with disabilities interact with those kinds of devices? I think people would definitely scratch their heads. Here, of course, now we've seen examples, and very fine examples of accessible touchscreen technologies, and we want to make sure that technologies like that, that the kind of discussion is happening about how to make those kinds of technologies, those approaches, as accessible as possible. Certainly another example is in the HDMI cable area, where standards were developed there, which essentially stood as a barrier to the passing through of captioning. If we had been in a better position than we were, to be having the kind of discussions with manufacturers, standards developers, et cetera, to talk about how these technologies, as they were coming to be, provided, ensured accessibility for people with disabilities, perhaps these barriers could have been avoided. So that is essentially the approach that the working group on new and emerging tech is taking. Susan, I'll pause there for you.
And I have nothing to add, so please go ahead. That was perfect.
Wow, a compliant group. Excellent. The final area then that we'll talk about, and this is where you have a recommendation before you, has to do with research and whether we named it properly. We referred to this working group as sort of the research and data group. That group within the communications subcommittee is facilitated by none other than Matthew Gerst. And Matt, I'll be turning to you in a second for your follow-up remarks. Hopefully by now you've had a chance to review what is, we think, a perhaps wordy, but nevertheless, I think, good summary statement of what we're trying to achieve. I'll just flag for you sort of what my sense of what the full subcommittee is trying to do, walk through what these specific recommendations are without reading them, and then Matt, turn to you. We know that we don't know a lot about the needs of people with disabilities with respect to both telecommunications technology and so-called advanced communications technology and services. Certainly there are some things we do know, but there's an awful lot more that we do not. And speaking from the only corner of the disability community that I have some competence to speak on, in the blindness and vision impairment world, just to answer basic questions, and for those of you who participated in the video description work yesterday, you've heard a presentation on this. How many folks who are blind and visually impaired are there out there in this country? What is the number of people who actually experience vision loss, functional vision loss, that impacts their ability to interact with and use competitively, equally, conveniently technologies? We don't necessarily know that. Now, some of our colleagues, for example, at the Wireless RERC and other places around the country, and certainly at the American Foundation for the Blind, we'd love to be numbered among such competent folk, have done some research and have analyzed the data such as it is to start getting a glimpse at what various communities within the disability field are going through, what their experiences are and what their needs are. But we don't really have a clear sense of that. Now, there's an awful lot more that we don't know. We don't necessarily know precisely what the needs of employers are, employers of people with disabilities, and especially with respect to how employers' needs for appropriate, usable, competitive technologies impact the employability of people with disabilities. And certainly we need to know much more about what assistive technology manufacturers need to know. So there are a lot of areas, but this particular recommendation, as hopefully you have seen for yourself, focuses on the needs and interests and preferences of people with disabilities. And so really what the three things are that we're calling for in this recommendation are that the FCC engage along with a host of other stakeholders, which are listed in this recommendation, in a bit of perhaps informally, but nevertheless we hope thorough gathering of information. What exactly has been done out there in terms of the kind of research that I've flagged? Again, picking on our friends at the Wireless RERC, some of the work that they've done certainly would be part of this. But there's a whole host of stuff that has been done out there. We need to put all that stuff, as it were, on the virtual table, make sure we have an inventory of what has been done, and particularly be cognizant of doing so by looking at the rigor of the research that has been done. Seems like there's been a fair amount of stuff that's been done over the course of time. Not entirely sure how much of that meets with the kind of scientific rigor that we can all rely on in making and implementing public policy. So we want to collect this information. We refer to it as research, and we mean that in a specific, precise way. This isn't merely anecdotal. We're really talking about stuff that has statistical significance and that we can rely on. Put that stuff in one place to understand exactly what has been done. And then once we've done that, to invite all stakeholders, this is the second major thing that we're asking for in this recommendation, to invite then all stakeholders to participate in an FCC facilitated, to one degree or another. We don't micromanage that process in this recommendation, to engage in a discussion with all stakeholders, and frankly, and I hope that this will also include, to the extent appropriate, other representatives from federal agencies who do have an interest in this area and finding out about the needs and preferences of people with disabilities. I think specifically of the U.S. Department of Education, for example, who ought to be asking questions about what research has been done, hasn't been done, and what we need to know to make sure that students with disabilities have their needs met. So that's the second major piece. And the third major recommendation has to do then with making sure that this Disability Advisory Committee is informed of the activities that are done. So a little bit of accountability. So those are the three principal areas. One thing I'll flag in that first of the three recommendations has to do with best practices. We know that people with disabilities need greater information about the accessibility of devices and services that are in fact out there. And so part of this whole effort is about getting a better handle on that, what it doesn't exist now for consumers, and getting a better sense of what we could do for consumers. With that overview, Matt, I'll turn it over to you, and when you're done, perhaps then Susan and Claude, it's back over to you to manage, hopefully, approval or discussion, and then hopefully approval of this recommendation. Matt, over to you.
Hi, I'm Matt Gerst with CTIA, the Wireless Association, and Mark, I have no idea why you decided to turn it over to me, because that was excellent. Completely stole my thunder. So that's okay. I'll go through a couple things about this recommendation, but I certainly am not going to be doing as good a job as Mark just did with the recommendation. But Mark's exactly right. When we sat down to sort of look at the scope of research and data and what we might need, we came away with the phrase, we know that there's a lot out there, but we don't know what we don't know. At this point. And so this recommendation is intended to sort of spur on some more fact-finding to determine, what gaps are there in terms of research. But I'll start with what we do know. We do know that there are lots of accessible products that are out there. The FCC's biennial report to Congress last year demonstrated this. We know that there's lots of information and approaches to educating people with disabilities about those products, and everyone around this table probably has their own unique approach to how they're educating folks in their community and in their industries. And there's lots of data produced about specific disability segments. Everyone around this table probably has their favorite preferred study about people with disabilities that they often reference, and Mark highlighted a couple of the ones that we certainly look at and follow. But there's a lot that we don't know. And we know that there are a lot of gaps in this research. We assume that there isn't enough data. And we assume that more data will be helpful to make informed decisions for policymakers, for industry, and for consumers. And we don't know what best practices there are for actually educating the broad scope of people with disabilities about the available accessible products and services. So we're asking the full committee to do three things, as Mark said. First, encourage the sharing of data where it's available so we can look more comprehensively at that data. Two, ask the FCC to seek input from a broad group of stakeholders to identify the gaps in the research. And then three, really, I think, echoing what the chairman said this morning about coming up with an actionable recommendation, we're asking the FCC to report back to the committee within a year to consider what further action that this committee should take after those efforts have been undertaken. So to sum up, there's a lot out there, but we're not sure what we don't know. And so this effort can help us all make informed decisions based on all of that data. We hope that the DAC will approve this item, and I'm happy to answer any questions. But again, I think Mark did an excellent job summing this up. So back to you, Mark. Thank you.
Claude, Susan, back to you.
Thank you. That was really, really helpful. And as you heard the chairman say, this is Karen, as you heard the chairman say, data drives decision-making often. So we're also interested in data. But I have a couple of questions. So let me just see whether I understand the recommendation. The initial stage would be that people around the table that have access to data would share the data. And you would share it amongst yourselves? Would you share it with the commission? How do you propose that be shared? That's my initial question.
So this is Matt at CTA. I think some of that could be up for further discussion about how data is actually shared. The way that we described it in the recommendation is about non-proprietary data. So making sure that, folks we know that a lot of companies, a lot of organizations, a lot of academic institutions collect their own data, and it may be in different piece parts. It may not be a study directed towards accessibility, but might have accessibility in it. And to the extent we can pull in some of that into one central location is what we thought would be the most appropriate first step. Now, where that information actually gets housed and how it gets collected is something that we can discuss, and certainly probably needs further discussion, but I think that was why we wanted to give ourselves a year to sort of get all of this stuff together.
Okay, thank you. And then, I'm sorry, Susan?
I think also, we are looking toward the folks in this group as subject matter experts, as folks who would be willing to share information, and also reach out to colleagues, people in other industries, people in other areas that might be not so much telecom related, but have a communication services type of level. For example, in a work environment, someone who's working on employment, they may know that there's a burning issue, and they've done some research around how to make the workplace more accessible. So we're looking at work from you all, but having a place to establish this data so it can be shared across fields, business, consumer, education, employment, around.
Right. And then the second recommendation is to ask the FCC to seek input to identify gaps in research. Would this be a global request so that it would be generally to the public, or would be directed to the DAC?
This is Matt at CTIA. I think we could do both. Okay. I think there's no reason that the DAC can't seek, or that the FCC can't seek even folks beyond the DAC to provide input. Certainly the folks around this table are experts in their field, but there may be people that we want to reach out to who are experts in developing this research and data to help us identify the gaps and approaches to sort of collect and analyze this information. So I think the DAC would be a good starting point, but we certainly would want to look outside as well.
And then the last question that I have is, do you see a role for the Commission in gathering this data? It sounds like most of your focus is on having outside entities do it, so I just wanted to know what you're envisioning, whether you're envisioning the FCC getting involved in gathering the data.
So this is Matt at CTI. Again, I think that's up for further discussion. I know that there's regulatory obligations the Commission is under with respect to collecting information and data, and those are obviously challenges that we need to consider, but certainly we think that the Commission could be a good focal point for having the data available in some way. And again, as I said, how and where and this data is actually collected and stored. And again, this is an intent not to collect any proprietary data. This is things that should be and are publicly available anyway, and it's just trying to get a handle on how much is really out there, but how much isn't out there that we need to encourage the development of certain studies and research to fill those gaps.
Thank you.
Yeah, and the end result would not be that the FCC would solve all the problems everywhere, but maybe in a collaborative effort help provide some leadership. We know that the FCC has a commitment toward disability access. We know that they have some expertise in this area, but we also know that communications crosses all barriers. I mean, it goes everywhere. And so there may be a leadership role based on this gap analysis that's conducted. There may not be. Everything may be fine, and we just need to better understand what consumers are seeing as barriers to adoption. We don't know yet, but we want to know what we don't know at least, and be able to fill those gaps.
So this is Mark, and the only thing I would say about this, I mean, the recommendation text is pretty clear, especially the first and the second recommendations, that we're saying that the DAC recommends that the Commission require its bureaus and offices to do certain things. The second part of the second recommendation says that the Commission should seek input. I mean, clearly the DAC can play a role. I think what a number of us were thinking in the subcommittee is that in light of or given the sort of limitations around information and collection that Matt was alluding to, there may simply be opportunities for the Commission to bring people together, not unlike what we did yesterday with the video description work, to essentially provide a structured forum for this discussion. I would also say that my hope from a disability or blindness, vision impairment advocacy point of view is that at the end of this year, what we have is a clear consensus statement about what we do not know and the areas for future work. And it doesn't all, of course, or even most of it, have to be funded by the federal government. Perhaps these are partnerships among the various stakeholders, and various of us will step up to the plate, I hope, to engage in the kind of research that needs to be done. But there's no question that there can be, and in my opinion ought to be, additional investment on the part of the federal government in doing research that really matters. And I think that perhaps others around the table might disagree. I think some of us have been very concerned about, in the past, some of the research that's been funded by the Department of Education, among others. Not that it's bad, but the question is it really indeed what is of the highest priority? And so perhaps we ought to be thinking about how we can use what comes out of this exercise as a way to drive that agenda as well. That's certainly something that the disability advocates in the subcommittee are hoping to achieve.
And Jim, I think you have a question. Jim Tobias?
Inclusive technologies. It's really a response to Karen's question about the specific responsibilities of the Commission. And I was thinking about it in terms of those programs that the Commission has a unique relationship with that's relevant to collecting this kind of information, like the relay programs, obviously, equipment distribution, Lifeline broadband, IP transition. They're all opportunities in which collecting information about user experiences, user behaviors, consumer preferences, how people inform themselves in the marketplace, all of those things that we need to know about the general population, we need to know in some specificity about consumers with disabilities, and the Commission's, right on top of those issues.
Mm-hmm. Paul, did you have a comment as well? Paul Michaelis? Or not? Yes. It is. Okay.
There we go. This is Paul Michaelis with Avaya. Just by way of background, Avaya is a manufacturer of enterprise communication systems. We do not make consumer products. Another piece of background is that one of the things that motivates me to be here is that the unemployment rate among people with disabilities is just unconscionably high. I believe strongly that we can do something about that. Along those lines, I'd like to offer a friendly amendment to the proposed recommendations here from the subcommittee, specifically that in addition to surveying consumers about their preferences and personal needs, that we also survey people with disabilities and employers about what we can do in order to improve the employability of people with disabilities. What do we need to do in order to ensure that people with disabilities can function reliably and effectively in a work environment? So again, I would like to suggest a friendly amendment to the current proposal that we add a recommendation that employers and people with disabilities be surveyed with regard to what's required in the workplace.
This is Susan. So specifically, could we fold it into the existing recommendation and put in information, employment, or educational needs of people with disabilities, or in the paragraph before that? Can you give us some specific wording?
Okay, this is Paul Michaelis again. I'm a little bit hesitant about the frequent use of the word consumer here, because I think that takes away from the need to look at employee and employer needs. So perhaps just supplementing places where it says consumer with also, addressing the needs of employees with disabilities and employers who would like to do the right thing.
This is Mark. I would only say that this discussion about expanding this recommendation to deal with the interests of employers, folks who employ people with disabilities, was discussed at the subcommittee level, and the thought was that we would not so much not do it as much as perhaps craft a specific recommendation around that in the future. I certainly am committed to seeing that happen. I think the feeling on the part of the subcommittee when we considered whether or not this should have a specific consumer focus was to try to expect in this particular set of recommendations to expand it might be a little bit overly ambitious. And frankly, there may be different players involved in this, but I totally sympathize with you. Being an employee who also happens to be someone with disabilities, I think the focus for this recommendation, the subcommittee's preference was to keep it focused on consumers.
This is Matt at CTI, if I might chime in. So, Paul, thank you for your comment, and Mark's exactly right. We did have a discussion about this at the subcommittee level. If you look at the second recommendation, the way it's crafted, it says, once such data and reports have been gathered, that the Commission should seek input from interested stakeholders to identify the scope of research needed to reduce gaps in existing and available research about the telecommunications and advanced communications product and service preferences, barriers, and information or educational needs of, generally, people with disabilities. It doesn't specify consumers. It's not specific to employees. It's intentionally broad and generic so that we can have these types of discussions to specifically identify, what scope of research is necessary. Go ahead.
Paul?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mark Reichert, one coda to that.
Yes.
Yet another example of hopefully federal agency participation in that input gathering process. The U.S. Department of Labor, certainly ODEP, offers research and related grants. I mean, this is exactly the kind of thing where we'd want discussions that we have to inform the funding, hopefully, among other things, of agencies like ODEP as well as Department of Ed and others.
Helena?
Yes, and this is Claude, co-chair. I recognize Dr. Mitchell.
We'd be happy to share with the group a major study that we did for the National Council on Disability that looked at exactly that. We interviewed employers and we interviewed people with disabilities who are working in different areas to come up with recommendations and to give a good analysis of exactly what is and what is not out there. So I'll send a copy of it to you, Matt, and I'll send you a copy also, Karen.
And this is Susan. I know we're running a little short on time. Paul, are you okay with the understanding that that would not exclude businesses and could be addressed more specifically if that's the case at a later date?
This is Paul Michaelis. Yes, I'm perfectly okay with that. I just want to make sure this issue doesn't get dropped.
Okay, great. We need to see if we can vote on this, so I'm going to hand the mic over to Claude.
This is Claude Stout, co-chair. Does anyone here want to follow up on the subcommittee's report recommendations? Would anybody like to make a motion to accept the 3 recommendations? Is anyone willing to do so? Jeff?
It's Jeff Kramer with Verizon. I move that we approve the resolution as drafted.
Oh, so moved. Do we have a second on the motion? Dr. Mitchell seconds the motion. Is there any more discussion on the motion? I see none. I think we can proceed with the vote. All in favor of the motion, please signify. Raise your hand. And those who are opposed to the motion, please signify by raising your hands. The ayes have it. The motion has passed. And thank you to the Communications Subcommittee for their work.
Yay.
Yay. And so I also want to express my thanks. There was a lot of hard work that went behind this recommendations and among the other subcommittees, working groups as well. We will move on now to the Emergency Communications Subcommittee. Tony Dunn, Richard Ray are the co-chairs, and they will move forth with their report and recommendations. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon. Good morning. It's still morning. My name is Richard Ray. We're waiting for the microphone to work.
Where is Richard seated? Straight across. Perfect. Thank you.
This is Richard Ray.
Mike goes to interpret.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Testing. There we go. Thank you. My name is Richard Ray, and I'm with the City of Los Angeles Department of Disability, and I'm the co-chair for the Emergency Communications Subcommittee. And I'm here with Tony Dunn with Intrado. And we also have Susie Rosie Singleton as our administrative coordinator, with Cheryl King as well from the FCC. We have 3 topics that we've been focusing on thus far in our subcommittee. 2 of them we're not yet ready to make recommendations, but the first one we are, and this is for program service gaps. And we're not going to actually talk about that right now, but we're going to discuss the other 2. So other part is the NG 911, the Next Generation 911, and to explore interoperability, and Video 911 as well as N911, the number accessibility, and multi-communication line services, the media communication line services. And we have a lot to talk about on these topics, but like I said, we're not ready to make recommendations on those quite yet. We're expecting more discussion in the next few weeks, and hopefully in the next month we'll be focusing on that second point. The third point is the emergency alert WIA, in which we have been discussing today. To summarize that, a little bit of background. March 21st of 2015, the Wireless Emergency Alerts WIA Working Group, as part of the FCC's Disability Advisory Committee, we've received some input and a briefing from Brian Daly from AT&T. He was one of the co-chairs, along with Mike Gerber from NOAA, from the CISRIC WIA, from that working group. We had a teleconference call, and we were also joined by Charles McCobb, excuse the interpreter, from DHS, the Department of Homeland Security, and FEMA. And program manager, as well as IPAW's office, and the National Continuance Program. They provided additional technical information about the CISRIC report, and also that FEMA endorses this particular CISRIC report. The FCC's new Disability Advisory Committee, and specifically our subcommittee, we're establishing working groups on specific priorities. And we have been working on the WIA, the Wireless Emergency Alerts. And our subgroup has unanimously decided to adopt this recommendation in its entirety. The recommendations set forth in the Communications Security, Reliability, Interoperability Council, the CISRIC. And that was published in October of 2014. That was the geographic targeting, the message content, and the character limitation subgroup report. The full DAC Emergency Communications Subcommittee We then adopted a resolution to endorse the CISRIC WEA report. So now we're here at the DAC Emergency Communications Subcommittee. We ask that the full DAC endorse this CISRIC WEA report at this meeting today.
And this is Susan?
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to ask if there are comments before we vote. But I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Sorry.
No problem. I wanted to provide some background. The wireless emergency alert can be considered more advanced with its features than the emergency alert broadcasts. WEAs are delivered to wireless mobile devices such as cell phones, and they can include the National Weather Service alerts, Amber alerts, EAS messages, as well as presidential messages. Wireless alerts can also be geographically targeted. The WEA Audible Alert is very unique, so that users of devices are immediately notified when there is an urgent message delivered. The WEA has also set up a distinct vibration for people who are deaf, deafblind, or hard of hearing. From inception, and based on technology at this time, WEAs have only been limited to 90 characters, and that includes spaces. And this has proven to be too cursory for key information to be included in the WEAs. Representatives in the public safety sector, as well as in the general public, have expressed a need to increase this character limitation. For instance, an increase in the WEA character limit would enable the inclusion of URLs and web links in WEA messages to assist the public in getting additional information about the particular emergency at hand. As technology has evolved, it is now possible and appropriate to extend that 90 character limit. In closing, we ask that the FCC's Disability Advisory Committee resolve to endorse the CISRIC for Working Group 2, which was published and printed in October of 2014. And we request that the full DAC also adopt the resolution endorsing the CISRIC report in its entirety. Thank you. We good?
Okay. Sorry. And I apologize. I didn't realize you were continuing. Before we can go to a vote, we want to open the floor for discussion. Any questions, any comments? Okay, I'm going to be very careful not to cut people off now. So, would anybody like to make a motion? Howard?
This is Howard.
And
I move that the report and the recommendation of the emergency committee be accepted.
Any second?
Mark, I'll second.
Mark seconds. Call all those in favor indicate so. Okay. All those opposed? Okay, and abstaining. Anyone? Thank you. I can't believe how much work you all have done. This is incredible. Thank you very much.
Susan.
Yes?
This is Mark.
Go ahead.
This Mark Reichert. Just a real quick comment. Richard, thank you so much for reminding me by example. I neglected in our report to also thank the commission staff
for their help, particularly Rosaline Crawford. She really was very, very helpful in getting the materials, helping us keep everything together, making sure the accessibility was where it needed to be, and staying honest to make sure that we got a recommendation for you all. So it wouldn't have happened without her, and wanted to make sure I mentioned that. Thanks.
Yeah, so should we just move to the next? Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's what I think. Okay. If you all are not starving to death, we'd like to continue on and allow for a little more discussion in the afternoon. Okay. So the next report will be from the Relay Equipment Distribution Subcommittee. Brenda Kelly Fry and Angie Officer. Oh, wait a second. What? So Angie Officer's going to come up. Oh, okay. She's telling me to wait so I don't cut off people. I really don't do this on purpose. But I do interrupt because I get so excited about things. So she'll come up and share the report and recommendation from the Relay Equipment Distribution Subcommittee.
My pleasure. Should have done it before.
Yes. Thank you. That's okay.
Just waiting for the camera to be on Angie. Good morning, everyone. My name is Angie Officer, and I'm with Sprint Relay. It's really wonderful to be here. I want to recognize the people who are involved in the Relay EDP subcommittee. I'm going to ask you to raise your right hand, if you would do so, if you are on that subcommittee, just so that you can be recognized.
You're so good.
As a teacher, you appreciate it.
I also want to recognize Greg Leibach and somebody else, who are FCC liaison. We have actually formed 3 working groups, technical working groups, the Quality of Service Working Group, and the Equipment Program Working Group. The FCC asked us to make a recommendation on the VRS speed of answer. So we assigned that to the Quality of Service Working Group, and that was led by Claude Stout. And Dixie Ziegler from AT&T. I'm sorry, she's with Hamilton. My mistake. Obviously, I need more coffee. My mistake. Thank you, Al. Thank you. So they worked with the subcommittee to make the recommendations on the VRS speed of answer question. And we were asked by the DAC 4 questions. So one is about the speed of answer. So the first question reads, what is the appropriate speed of answer for VRS calls? In other words, what percentage of calls need to be answered within how many seconds? The subcommittee recommends that the Commission act on the industry's proposal that 80% of VRS calls be answered within 45 seconds. However, the committee recommends that industry and the FCC work together to make changes to the VRS rate methodology so that the speed of answer for VRS can continue to improve. 80% of calls answered within 45 seconds does not meet a functional equivalency standard for either VRS users placing calls to a hearing individual or hearing individuals placing calls to VRS users. The second question reads, what should be the measurement window for determining compliance with a speed of answer requirement? In other words, should compliance with the speed of answer requirement be measured on a daily, monthly, or some other basis? The subcommittee recommends that the Commission monitor industry's compliance with the speed of answer requirement on a monthly basis. The third question is, how should the Commission measure compliance with the recommended speed of answer requirement? And this was mentioned in the VRS Structural Reform Order, paragraphs 261 through 265. What formula should the Commission use? Now, that was a tough one. We had a lot of conversation on that one. And the subcommittee recommends that the Commission utilize option 1. If a VRS caller abandons a call in 45 seconds or less, it doesn't count against the If the method is the current method used by the TRS fund administrator to calculate answer performance. So when a VRS user abandons a call in 45 seconds or less, it will not count against the company. If a VRS provider were to answer a call in 45 seconds or less, and all abandoned calls wait less than 45 seconds, the VRS provider would score 100% compliance rate. If a VRS provider delays answering a call beyond the 45 seconds and a person hangs up after 46 seconds, this formula assumes that the call was abandoned and answer performance begins to be less than 100%. The last question is, some VRS providers use an IVR system as a hold server to handle incoming VRS calls from hearing callers. How should the Commission treat calls to an IVR system for the purpose of measuring the speed of answer performance? The subcommittee recommends that the Commission determine that calls handled via the IVR and IVVR are not considered to be answered. The speed of answer service level for VRS must be measured when an interpreter is connected to the call. Speed of answer calculation begins once a call arrives at the provider's switch and/or platform, and continues until an interpreter is connected to the call. Calls answered by an IVR are not answered as defined herein. Rather, calls must be answered by an interpreter before the speed of answer calculation ends. Finally, the subcommittee recommends that in addition to reviewing the VRS rate methodology to better support faster answer speeds, the VRS rate methodology must also be reviewed to better support the needs of VRS interpreters. The VRS rate methodology must be changed to ensure strong interpreting quality, as well as to support and encourage current interpreters to work in a VRS environment and to encourage the growth of the interpreter field in general. So those were the 4 questions that our subcommittee made recommendations, and we are open at this time for questions or comments. I will ask Claude to answer all the questions. He's actually the expert, and Elaine and Greg, feel free to take the questions. I'll sit back, but I'm happy to entertain questions at this time. Do you want to take the questions?
Sure.
Does anybody have any questions? Alison and Straw. Al?
That was a wonderful report. I'm very impressed. And I support everything you said, but I do have one question. You mentioned the needs for interpreters. Can you expand what you were talking about in that last part there, or is that out of our scope? I guess the reason why I'm asking is that should we have some limit on the rate, the percentage of time that interpreters can actually continually work? And how often should they have a break? What kind of support should they be provided in that environment? I guess I'm worried about the future of interpreters in their profession. Is that our responsibility, or does that fall out of our purview?
This is Angie speaking. That's an outstanding question. We actually did not consider it part of our recommendations. We focused on the VRS speed of answer issue, but you do bring up a very important point in terms of the workspace of interpreters. And perhaps Caitlin will expand on that.
Hi, this is Caitlin Vogus. I'm an attorney at the FCC in the Disability Rights Office, and I am also the facilitator for the Relay and Equipment Distribution Subcommittee. That's a great question, and we are planning to actually discuss that very issue in a subcommittee meeting this afternoon. So stay tuned for more on that topic at future DAC meetings. Thanks.
I'm looking. Howard Rosenblum? Howard?
Are we ready? Okay. I have a question related to quality assurance metrics for this service. Was that discussed in the subcommittee? And I'm wondering if it was, how do you plan on talking about that, and what are your recommendations?
This is Angie responding to that question. It was not really included in the VRS speed of answer issue, but it's obviously something that we are looking forward to discussing as part of our. We have 3 working groups, and under the quality of service working group, obviously that's a topic of much interest to that working group. Keep in mind that the purpose of this was just about VRS speed of answer, that component. Now, everything that has been suggested is going to be part of the other working groups as they expand their work, but thank you for mentioning it. I'll definitely include it. Caitlin, do you have anything else you want to say? No? Okay, so thank you, Howard, for your comment.
Karen?
So this is Karen. I have a question. The majority of your proposal is, in fact, on speed of answer, but your last recommendation goes beyond that. So are you considering these to be 2 separate, or I guess they're 4 separate recommendations, but I guess I would recommend that they be separated out. It seems like the first 4, well, it's not clear. The first 4 up until the last paragraph really focus on speed of answer, but the very last paragraph diverges from that and discusses the rate methodology to ensure strong interpreting quality, which seems to be a completely different subject matter. And it raises all kinds of issues as to whether or not the current rate is sufficient or insufficient to support strong interpreting quality. So I guess what I'm asking, and I'm not a member of the committee, obviously, I'm an attorney at the FCC, but it seems to me that it's mixing apples and oranges a little bit, and I'm wondering whether you would consider striking that last paragraph, or at least considering it a completely separate recommendation. It doesn't seem to be on the same subject matter as the rest of the recommendation, which focuses on speed of answer.
Is there a response back?
Susan, if I could reply, this is Claude.
Or at least
this is Claude. I wanted to respond to Karen's statement. I would recommend that we leave that fourth recommendation as a fourth, because it does relate to speed of answering within VRS. When you reduce the speed of answer, that impacts the rate that you pay to the VRS provider. It has an impact on the rate methodology, and you have to remember that the rate methodology is based on one level of speed of answer. When you change one part of the methodology, it ultimately requires a second look at it. And that fourth recommendation basically says we encourage the FCC to take a second look at the rate methodology, because we want to make sure that VRS providers are being compensated adequately related to lowering the speed, making it more efficient, that particular requirement.
Okay, so let me actually revise a little bit of what I said, and ask that this recommendation be a little bit revised as well. The fourth recommendation starts off talking about the use of IVR systems and whether to treat IVR calls, how to treat IVR calls for the purpose of measuring the speed of answer. The very last paragraph, which is not numbered, asks the FCC to look at the VRS rate methodology. It would seem that that would be a fifth recommendation with respect to the speed of answer. But then, and I understand, Claude, what you're saying. That would be included in your overall recommendations. However,
I get you, Karen.
However, the very last sentence is actually the sentence that I'm more concerned about. And that's the sentence that states as follows: the VRS rate methodology must be changed to ensure a strong interpreting quality, as well as to support and encourage current interpreters to work in a VRS environment, as well as to encourage the growth of the interpreter field in general. That is a completely different topic from speed of answer. That focuses entirely on interpreting quality, encouraging more interpreters in the interpreting field. It just doesn't have anything to do with the speed of answer.
We have a few questions. I believe Howard and Christian.
This is Howard. I would recommend that the paragraph that Karen is referring to be separated from the rest of the document, from the rest of the recommendations, because it's almost in conclusion of these 4 points. It's not part of the fourth point. So instead of having it right in there, I would recommend it be separated.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's a little complicated because the next to last sentence is somewhat related. You may want to make that number 5 and separate out the very last sentence. But Christian, go ahead.
I'm waiting for my video. There we go. This is Christian speaking. I wanted to say that I agree with Claude. Because I agree, if we can revise that recommendation to have the points a bit more clear. Because my understanding is that the rate affects the quality of service and the VRS companies. And that in turn affects the speed of service and the staffing levels at the VRS companies. You have to make sure that you're not overstaffed, but if you're understaffed, then there's not going to be a speed of answer, and the interpreters are going to be stressed, and it's going to be hard, and the speed of answer will be affected. And we want to make sure that the interpreters are not overworked. And so I think if we can revise this report to make that a little bit more clear, that would be a good direction to go.
Again, this is Karen again. I think that we're fine with, you're voting on the recommendation that in reviewing that the VRS rate methodology needs to be reviewed with respect to the speed of answer. It's the final sentence that is not relevant to the speed of answer. It has to do with interpreters.
And Tim?
Tim Cregan from the Access Board. This discussion is sort of bringing up some of the same issues that I had, because when I read this, you were talking about speed of answer, and then the last sentence talking about quality. And I guess, and maybe this is not within the scope of your question, but are we already assuming that there are quality standards in existence for interpreting? In other words, what this seems to me to be saying is you respond to the call, but then the issue of whether what follows is a good transmission and how accurate it is and what the speed is and whether people can understand what's being said. I mean, if I answer the phone quickly and it's garbled, what difference does it make? So I guess my question
We're
is,
sorry,
you were
your
just
conference is
limited to
ending
speed
now.
of answer
Please
and
hang
not
up.
anything to call quality?
Okay, sorry, there was some bizarre phone call message that was made
Sure.
when we're not even on a teleconference, so we're not even sure where that came from, but go ahead. Go ahead.
So my question, I guess, was, and again, this is following up on what Karen is saying, if it's just about the speed or the period of time within which a call is answered, and then somehow that seems to be conflated with the employment of interpreters and the quality of interpret services, and then I don't understand what the methodology is. What is it that you're is the methodology in broaching the process by which calls are prioritized and answered? I have a lot of questions about this proposal, so I guess what would help me, I read the sentence that says you were limited to just talking about the speed of the answer. And then you talk about the methodology, but I don't understand from this I can't tell what the methodology is supposed to be encompassing. Is it answering procedures or what? Thanks.
Okay. This is Susan, and it sounds like people are basically agreeing on some general principles, but not on the wording. So I'm wondering if folks would like to take, we could break for lunch and have that subcommittee meet, see if they want to take in the suggestions, and we'll get Howard's input as well, and then come back at the end of the hour at 1 o'clock to discuss how they'd like to move forward. Does that make sense for folks? I hate to cut into your lunch, but and you can meet in this room. Does that work for folks?
This is Greg, if I could, Susan.
Oh, and the interpreters have to eat. Okay, sorry about that.
This is Greg. May I speak?
Sure, yes. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, just a quick moment before we go to lunch. I think it's a good idea to use the lunch break as an opportunity to iron out a little bit of the differences. And maybe this group can come to a consensus as to what can be accomplished. And I'm thinking two things. The recommendations will be approved regarding speed of answer and those requirements, the new standard. And at the same time, maybe ask the FCC to consider a couple things that are relevant to the initial recommendation. One being the effect that the new rate has on this, and how speed of answer and the rate have an impact on interpreter quality in terms of maybe increasing the quality standards, having a more rigid speed of answer requirement. It impacts hiring decisions, the quality of the services, the stress on the interpreters, and the result of that stress then could hurt the quality of the service. So they're all kind of related, so perhaps during the break, I think it is a good opportunity to kind of iron out a couple of those things.
The interpreters are okay.
Okay, the interpreters are okay. So then what I'm sorry? Oh, yes. And we want to thank SSB BART for sharing the food today, and also for all the folks who worked in the subcommittees. I didn't shout out to Rosaline, who did a phenomenal job in our subcommittee as well. But all the folks from the FCC, thank you for your support. Thank you for the interpreters for being flexible. We will adjourn for lunch, return promptly at 1, and we'll hear what the subcommittee has to say about the the input they've received so far. I also did want to mention that NAB did abstain from our last vote. We didn't capture that in our verbal statements.
Emergency communications.
Yes, in the emergency communications vote. So without any further ado, we can break for lunch. I think the lunch is back in the corner still? Oh, sorry.
Hi, this is Elaine Gardner. The lunch is down the hall. If you exit the door that's on my right, in the rear of the room, you go down that hall, and the room is on the left. And you can eat in that room. You can bring it back to this room, and we have other rooms up the stairs. If you want to go up the stairs, we'll have people lead you up to those rooms. And assistance with service dogs. So you have a few options here.
And it's on the left,
It's down the right-hand hallway, but the room is on the left.
Okay.
It was. That's right. I couldn't.
Okay. No, because it's going to still be about the relay subcommittee.
So we're inviting people to sit down and hear the report back from the Relay Subcommittee. I want to apologize to everybody to my left. Usually I get along really well with people on my left, but today apparently Elaine's superpowers are not being able to see through me. So if you on the other side of the room are noticing we're ignoring everybody on that side, even if you don't agree with them, please let us know. We'd appreciate it. It really is a team.
And for those of you, this is Elaine. For those of you who do not have your own copy of the Relay EDP Subcommittee report and would like a hard copy of it, I printed some during the lunch break, so they're over on the sign-in table if you feel the need to have one.
So, Claude, do you want to take away the report from the last meeting, or someone from your group?
I believe it's Angela. Are you ready, Angela?
I am ready. I am
Turn it
ready,
back
sir.
over to her.
So this is Angie Officer speaking. And I want to thank Karen for her feedback. She had asked that we make some changes to our final paragraph. So the working group did have a huddle during lunch, and we have a new final paragraph that we hope will be more acceptable. So what we're proposing is that we remove that final paragraph, the last couple of sentences, and what we're going to say instead of that last paragraph. So it's going to read number 5. Finally, the subcommittee recommends that the Commission ensure that the rates used to support a revised speed of answer reflect the provider's resources and staffing needed to provide high-quality VRS interpreting necessary to satisfy functional equivalency. And hopefully that's a little bit more broad, a little bit more clear and acceptable to the Commission. Was that clear as I presented it?
Anyone have questions? And I'm going to ask Claude, since Elaine just left, to...
This is Claude. I guess if nobody has any questions about the proposed changes, who has a question? Karen, do you have a comment?
I'm happy to. This is Angie speaking. I'm happy to show you. I actually mentioned in your absence, thank you for your feedback and comments, and the working group got together during the break, and we did make some wordsmithing changes. We've removed the final paragraph, and we have put instead number 5. Finally, the subcommittee recommends that the Commission ensure that the rates used to support a revised speed of answer reflect the provider's resources and staffing needed to provide high-quality VRS interpreting necessary to satisfy functional equivalency. Karen, do you want to see it on my laptop? It's number 5. Ignore number 6. That was just a working document.
I'm leaning toward you. I can't hear you. I'm sorry. Okay, I want to recognize Sabrina Fields.
Sabrina Fields, TEDPA. Just quick technical note. I got a message that the link is not working for the session for those trying to join by that right now. So I didn't know if that needed attention at all.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead, Karen.
I don't have any further comments on the proposal. Karen.
Okay, so we didn't have any questions other than Karen's review. Sorry. Lisa, please go ahead.
Hello, testing. There we go. Just for clarification, so you've given number 5, the finally subcommittee recommends, with changed language. Does that mean the last sentence totally disappears?
We took out the whole paragraph, Lisa. So, it's the entire final paragraph that has been replaced with number 5.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, would anybody like to move on this issue?
Sunny?
I move.
Okay. Al Sonnenstrahl, any seconds?
Christian, I second.
Second. Any other questions? Okay. All in favor, please say or indicate so. Sorry. Okay. I just want to make sure I'll go through. Anyone opposed? Any opposed?
This is Sunny. I want to make a clarification if we can.
Please.
And it's unanimous, just for the record.
Oh, from the subcommittee?
I just mean the vote that we just did a minute ago. I didn't see that anyone was opposed.
I had received an email that one group may want to abstain. So, and that, yes, okay, so I need to go through the formality, but any opposed? Okay, let's go ahead for the count then. All in favor, please indicate so. Raise your hand.
Keep them up.
They're counting. Oops, sorry.
I'm sorry. Count 25.
Okay. Put your hands down, and if you are opposed, please raise your hands now.
I see no one raising their hands. Am I
Okay.
missing someone?
Want to make sure? Abstentions, please. Raise your hand. Okay, so we had 25 in favor, 0 opposing, and 5 abstaining. 7 abstaining. Thank you all for your time on this issue and hard work, and I apologize to the interpreters and the subcommittee members for taking away your lunch. We'll try to be more considerate in the future. And I believe...
This is Elaine Gardner. I just want to clarify. We received the amended recommendation verbally. Are we going to be getting that in writing, or Angela, can you send that to me?
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Definitely. I will send it to you as amended. Mm-hmm.
And I have a procedural issue, and I think it's for you as a DFO. Are members of the FCC, certainly they're weighing in on issues, but not voting or changing? Okay. Just wanted to double check that. And so I think we will go on to the next committee, which I can't remember if I'm doing where you are. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I'm raising my hand too.
There we go. Just a question. We don't need to do it now. The vote's done. That's fine. In the future, I would certainly appreciate knowing who the abstentions are, please. Thank you very much.
Do the people abstaining from the last vote feel comfortable with letting us know? Can you voice it, please?
And this is Mark. Let me just say that, I think we're all sitting around this table. We can all, except for Eric, myself, Everett, maybe a couple of others, know who's voting which way. I don't want to get
if you
through
would
doing a whole roll call. I would just be interested to know the abstentions, please.
Thank you. I appreciate
again,
that.
Again, we don't have to do it for this one, but just moving forward, please.
Let's go as practice. Okay. Absent.
No,
Helena?
one of my questions, the thing is, the vote came so fast. I had a question before the vote, but never had a chance to answer it. That's why I was abstaining. Because my question was, on the new one that was rewritten, it sounded like the old one, so I didn't see the distinction that closely. And it's not my area, so I didn't exactly know. But it's too late now, but that's why I abstained.
That's helpful. Next year, make sure that you have Elaine kick me or something. I apologize. Yeah, I apologize for that.
Because I thought that number 5 sounded like it should go under the
Do you want to hear both versions and then vote, or do you want to? I think we already passed.
It's already passed, but I'm just saying.
But we can share with you after. We can share with this is Karen. We can share with you afterwards what the actual language is. But if anybody feels like they have not gotten a chance to ask questions, there was a point where they asked with Susan and asked whether there were any questions. But if a vote is coming and somebody feels that they need one more thing, just shout it out and we'll stop and get your question.
Yeah, and I apologize. I'm probably just missing it. So thank you for your patience and thank you for bringing this to our attention. It's very important. Yeah, why don't we go around with the folks who abstained?
Susan, this is Claude. Somebody else wanted to speak up whose hand was at the end of the table. I believe it was Mr. Bacon.
Go ahead.
Well, I was going to let this part, Mark was still getting this part, but I was going to ask, could we do a different way of voting in the future? Because the hand-raising thing, it just doesn't seem like it's very fair to people that can't see the hand raising. If we did, whether we did a roll call or we did a show of aye, like saying the word aye and opposed no, and if it's a very close and it's hard to hear the difference between ayes and noes or something like that, then you could take a roll call around something different like that makes it a little more fair for everybody.
That makes sense?
Yeah, what makes sense probably is a roll call, since if it's verbal, there's still going to be people that are missing out. So
True.
Yeah.
True.
But it's a good point.
Yeah. Thanks.
Okay, go ahead.
Lisa?
Go ahead.
Hello? Yes. What I would suggest is Lisa Hamlin. I'd suggest doing both. Why don't we raise our hands and say aye, so that everybody here has access. And if there are some other means we need, we could do that too. That to me seems quick, and the people who rely on visuals can get the hands, and the people who rely on audible will get the ayes and the nays.
Yeah, I think there was an issue with that in terms of some people not being able to voice their position, and also not being able to identify for folks who can't see, even by the voice, who is abstaining or who is voting yes or no, especially if there's a group.
And I think, so if we can address it right now by saying, if you've abstained, can you please just get to a mic and say who you are and the organization you're with? And I know we've heard from Helena. Okay. As soon as you get a mic, go ahead once it's turned on, please.
Anybody else? There you go. Matt Gerst with CTIA.
Alex Reynolds with Consumer Electronics Association.
Joshua Pilot, National Association of Broadcasters.
Diane Burstein, NCTA.
Anne Marie Rohali, Telecommunications Industry Association.
Jeff Kramer, Verizon.
And that's it? I hope somebody's nodding yes or no. Yes, okay, thank you.
What did you just say?
Okay, and I think we will proceed to the next section of our agenda and pass it over to Claude.
This is Claude, co-chair. We are now going to receive a report from the Video Programming Subcommittee, chaired by Lisa Hamlin and Tom Woodkowski, who are both sitting over to my left. So, Tom, take it away.
Thank you, Claude. Good afternoon, everybody. So Lisa and I decided to break this report up into two. So I'm going to focus on the video description workshop and some next steps that the video description working group is going to take on following this meeting. And Lisa will report out on the captioning group. Before we get started, we really want to extend our thanks certainly to the entire subcommittee, but as well we want to extend our thanks to Susie Rosen-Singleton and Terry Pacheco, the FCC staff, who have really been excellent support for us over the past several months. So thank you again to you folks for making this run so smooth. When we left the DAC meeting in April, we had gone through and had a list of priorities. Soon after, the FCC asked us to take on a couple of different areas, and with the video description group, they asked us specifically to help organize a workshop on video description, to help convene stakeholder groups and others. And yesterday, the FCC, in collaboration with the Video Programming Subcommittee, hosted a video description workshop here in this room. And it covered a wide range of events, or rather activity, initiatives. And we also had a broad participation from folks here in the U.S. and abroad, Canada, Australia, UK. And we certainly want to extend our thanks to all who participated in that group. Just thought I would give you a quick summation of some of the areas that we covered. Aside from the usual welcome and opening remarks, we heard from FCC staff around the kind of current state of where things are relative to video description. We then followed that up with a roundtable discussion around what's on and where to find what's described and program identification. And the way the the way the workshop proceeded was that we would have facilitators for specific agenda items, and then a roundtable discussion followed. So after the what's on focus, we looked at how to access currently available description. And we heard there from Netflix, who's a very recent provider of significant amount of description, and some of the more traditional ways of accessing description as well. Following that, we looked at delivery models of description, looking at the current and future delivery models, and had some significant discussion in that area as well. We looked at best practices and standards for description, and some of the folks who are very interested in quality of description and training and narrator quality spoke on that. We looked at apps and the type of apps that might be available to access video description. Could be an existing app from a program provider or program distributor. It also encompassed apps that have been specifically set up for accessing content with this video description, both here and overseas. The Royal National Institute for the Blind and other groups have apps that are being used. And then there was several other discussions around kind of next steps and where people would think we could go. Following the workshop, the Video Description Working Group had a meeting to kind of debrief from the workshop itself, and we agreed that the next step for the working group would be to look at centralized data models. So we don't have any recommendations for consideration here at this meeting, but one of the topics that kept bubbling up at the workshop was this need for better quality and more centrally available metadata about programs that have descriptions. So in other words, if you're navigating a TV listings grid on a program guide or in a newspaper, there was widespread interest at the workshop in making sure that video description data was available as part of those TV listings, similar to how closed captioning data is treated today in the mainstream TV listings. So coming out of the workshop, the working group felt that we wanted to better understand how this data is collected. So we know that there are several data providers that companies like Comcast and others use. So there's a company called Rovi and another one called Gracenote and a third called Zaptuit. There may be others. These companies collect the program data from program providers, networks, local broadcast stations, etc. And we want to understand how that collection process works, and then understand how that data is then pulled in by those who publish TV listings. And the idea here is at a future DAC meeting, or even before the DAC meeting, for the working group to put forward to the video subcommittee some potential recommendations around how this data could be more centrally available to consumers and to distributors of that information as well. And really understanding, we believe there's a lot of false positives, so there's a lot more data that says that a program is described, and we know that certain programs that are listed as having description are in fact not described. So that will be the next step for this working group, will be to convene via conference calls, meetings with data providers, programmers, etc., to begin that research to understand the process of data collection. So I guess I'll turn it over to Susan at this point, to Lisa at this point, and then we can entertain questions following the report on the caption group.
Okay, this is Lisa Hamlin. I want to, first, I know Tom already thanked you, Susie, but I want to thank you for, you have gone above and beyond the call of duty, so I really appreciate all your help for this committee, the captioning committee. What we did, and I also want to thank David Bahar, who was heading up this committee, who's done a great job of corralling herding cats, that's what they call it, trying to get us all together on the same page and the same days on the same teleconference. But we spent some time listing priorities. We spent time working out which priorities we wanted to work on first. And what we came down to is that we feel we don't have a recommendation before you today, because what we want to do is look at what the status of online captioning is. Where are we? Where is it going? What are the possibilities? So what we plan to do is draft up a report, and look at, first of all, a brief summary, a background on the Commission's existing rules, and then look at this as kind of a snapshot of evolving online landscape. Where is it going? Remember when the CVAA was written, Netflix didn't have Orange is the Next Black. Was it Netflix that's got that? Somebody's got Orange is the Next Black. That didn't have shows like that. So it's something to look at. There are other examples there's a lot of material out there that is not captioned. So we wanted to look at it, see what the whole landscape, so you have the whole picture of what's going online. Then the state of captioning for online exclusive video, and then write a report about that. We're also discussing looking at some of the legal dimensions of captioning requirements and how maybe the FCC can fit in there, because I do remember that the chair said that we should look for actionable recommendations, and that's our goal. Whether we will get there by October, it's not clear. That last piece there's some controversy on how we go forward with that. So we will. Our plan is to work together, see what we can do to build. Maybe our recommendations could be framed in such a way as the FCC should take a look at these things rather than saying that we believe the legal ramifications are X, Y, Z. So I'm actually looking forward to it. I think we're going to be. It's going to be a good report. We'll have a nice package to be able to deliver and people to get a look at where we stand with captioning now. And again, I'm hoping we can get this by our October meeting, depending on we have everybody. I know everybody in this room is already stretched thin, so we want to be respectful of people's times as well.
And if I can, Lisa, this is Tom again. I wanted to recognize the chair of the Video Description Working Group is Robert Pearson, and thank him for, again, herding cats and helping us by bringing some of the international folks into the workshop yesterday.
So I think that's my report, too. So if there are any questions about any of this, I'll put my glasses back on.
Yeah, this is Claude speaking, and I know Karen wanted to make a comment.
First, I wanted to thank the committee for all the extraordinary work that you did with Terry, and I want to thank Terry publicly for the Video Description Roundtable, which truly was extraordinary and had the powerhouses of not only the United States, but as a chairman, mentioned people from various other countries as well, come together and share a lot of incredible information on video description. So that, is just another success of this committee. And I want to thank actually all of your subcommittees for the incredible work that you've done since just the last meeting. This is exactly what the chairman is talking about. You've given us a lot of food for thought. You're going to start seeing some of the things that you've done in some of our proceedings, because we have open proceedings on certain of these issues. You'll recognize some of your resolutions. But I do want to just, again, reiterate, and at least I think that you picked up on it, that the chairman does want actionable items. That's not to say that you can't talk about non-actionable items. I mean, I think that there's a real benefit for example, to finding a way to have a centralized location for program listings, which will most definitely further our general objective of providing video description access. With respect to internet programming, just keep in mind, our limitations in jurisdiction. So something else, I think that you alluded to it a little while ago, but remember that we do still have an open proceeding on closed captioning. In addition to the responsibilities issue, which is actually that's something that I think we've gotten comment on, and we've met with a lot of organizations, et cetera. There are other issues as well that are outstanding, including the many exemptions that are still pending. So just some food for thought. You may want to think about looking at some of those remaining issues as well.
Thank you all very much for your hard work. As Karen has said, it really has paid off. I am impressed with the collegial atmosphere and willingness for people to share their experiences and to do it in a positive way so we can push these issues forward. We all have the same intention at the end of the day, and so I'm very excited we've gotten this far. Along those lines, we have some new business, and I will open that up now, please, for your comments.
It's me. Have to find my new business. Okay. So I'm back. This is Karen. The new business that I want to propose are. Oh, is there a comment over there? Brian?
Hello? Working?
You're on.
Testing.
There you go.
Okay. Hi. Okay, go ahead. Hi, I'm Brian. I was wondering if you've overlooked something. I've never seen any discussion about 311 service accessibility through video phone or VRS, so I'm wondering if you've talked about that?
This is Susan. I think it's certainly something that could be referred to the committee, and Tony sounds like she might want to respond.
Hello? Okay. Yes, the N11 numbers for equal access it has been discussed in the Emergency Communications Subcommittee, and it is on our radar.
Okay, Karen?
Okay. Actually, let me, so the new business, what is the new business section, first of all, since I don't think we had a new business section at the first meeting. Since
everything was new.
Everything was new. So this is the time when you get to talk about new issues that you want to bring up within your subcommittees, within the full committee, et cetera. I have in front of me 3 issues that I'd like to talk to you about, that we'd like to present to you for possible requests for recommendations. But why don't I tell you my issue, these issues, not mine, there are issues, and then you can talk about them and figure out which ones you want to do, although we're going to try to encourage you to do some of these, and then you can raise additional ones. Does that sound okay? Okay. So the first one we mentioned earlier today, and that's an event to explore the communication needs of people with cognitive, intellectual, and developmental disabilities. I've already gotten one volunteer that came over and said she's interested in doing this, which was great. What we're thinking about is an event that we've actually already scheduled. So it kind of is going to happen. Well, it will happen, let's just put it that way. But we want your help because you did such a great job on the video description roundtable that we want to go back to you and get your help. However, this subject matter crosses your various committees. And we know that you're kind of committed out, but when we went to one committee and asked, will you take this, they kind of said, well, this really covers a lot of different matters. So one of the issues is who will take it on. here's what we want from you. We have a tentative list of people who we could invite to something like this to talk about these issues, but we would like your input on who are the best representatives, national representatives, local representatives, maybe even international representatives. That's number one. So the who is what we want from you. Who should be invited. Second, we want topics for discussion. There is a lot of issues to be covered. You know, we have focused, our rules cover people with cognitive disabilities, especially the Advanced Communication Service rules, but some of our rules don't. So, for example, telecommunication relay services, should those be available to somebody who is on the autism spectrum, for example? This is an issue that was raised to me. Is that within our authority? So that's just an example of an issue. To what extent does video description and closed captioning assist people with cognitive disabilities? To what extent should we be doing outreach to these groups? That might be another issue. Again, just literally brainstorming issues. There are so many additional issues. For those of you who did go to the M-Enabling Summit, you may have sat in on some of the panels that explored new technologies or exhibited new technologies specifically designed for people with intellectual disabilities. Some of the new technologies were just amazing. So basically what we want you to do is to figure out what are the good topics to talk about and who are the people to talk about them. After the summit, we're going to want you to do a series of recommendations based on the information that was obtained at the summit. So it's kind of a three-pronged effort, deciding who and what should be at the summit, helping us host the summit, and then giving us recommendations afterwards. Susan.
Okay, my suggestion for this, being very action-oriented as I tend to be, is to ask for volunteers who have expertise in this area and representatives, at least a representative from each of the subcommittees, to participate in putting together an agenda with the FCC and to then report back to your respective subcommittees on key areas that have come out as a result of this meeting. I think that if there's one thing that we all agree upon in this group is that we don't know enough in this area. And we certainly don't know enough to always cover all the issues that may come up in the different subcommittees. So if I can ask and put people on the spot right now for volunteers, as well as someone who's willing to work as a point person with the FCC.
Okay, let's just keep their hands up.
If you can keep your hands up, and I think Elaine will be writing down your names and saying what they are after she's written them down.
I can't see who that is. Oh, Phyllis, right? Okay. Abe Raffy. And I got you. Okay. Paul Scott. Sabrina. And anybody over here? Okay, and I'll.
Can you hear her all right? So you don't need it on mic?
Oh, okay. 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 The names I have here are Dr. Nygren, Sabrina Fields, Phyllis Gwynevin, Abe Raffy, Paul Scott. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm from New Jersey. I'm sorry. Okay. The names are Maggie Nygren, Sabrina Fields, Phyllis Gwynevin, Abe Raffy, Paul Scott Robertson, and Susan Masri.
That's great.
That's it. If I missed your name, please let me know.
Wonderful. So you are now an ad hoc committee, and you will be further contacted by your co-chairs.
And this is, Susan, if you have other people that are not part of the DAC who I think are critical, I think this group could entertain adding them or putting them on the agenda or whatever.
Yeah, most definitely. Yes. Yes, that is.
Sure.
Yeah,
Yes.
I'm on mic. Yeah,
If
that's
I
right.
may,
I mean, I
this
think that
is-
we can have ad hoc people.
Yeah, this is Claude. Yeah, I recommend you try to contact Dr. Clay Lewis. He's from the University of Colorado in Boulder.
Right. We also have another long list of names. I'd rather not say them out loud because we haven't contacted those people, but we can share them with your small group. So that's superb. Thank you so much. Are there any other questions about this issue? Okay. I'll move on to the second item.
Sorry.
Oh, go ahead, Mark.
So, hello, this is Mark Reichert, American Foundation for the Blind. The only thing I would encourage the ad hoc group to do, and particularly when the folks gather, is to remember that people with cognitive and intellectual disabilities also frequently have other disabilities. It's been said that blindness is one of the ultimate cross-disability disabilities, and that's absolutely true, particularly for K through 12 age folk. These are people, 50% of the folks that are served in special ed, for example, who are blind or visually impaired, have other disabilities, and a significant amount of them with DDID, et cetera. So we want to make sure that as discussions move forward, which is great to see the Commission focusing on these special areas, that nevertheless we take an integrated approach when we do it. Thank you.
I think that's a really good point, Mark. Does that mean that you're willing to join the ad hoc committee?
This is Mark. I think someone from the blindness community should. I think we'll be, working with the ad hoc group to determine how best to staff it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And this
great.
is Susan, and I think that there are some great folks who have been involved in cortical visual impairment that have been associated with AFB as well, who might you may want to consider as well.
This is Mark. I mean, certainly in the academic world and blindness and vision impairment, I think we'll have some names to recommend.
That's terrific. Thank you so much. Are there any other comments? And I think I mentioned that we had a date, but I didn't mention what it was. Our next meeting is going to be October 8th. We have tentatively reserved this room for the 7th, and we have a backup date as well at the end of October in case.
So you're saying that the next DAC meeting is the 8th?
Yes.
October 8th.
Sorry, did we not release that yet?
We didn't, I don't know. And then this meeting will be just the day before, so it makes it a little easier on travel. Thank you.
And the 8th is really special. You all know that, right? You all know what the 8th is? The 8th is the 5th anniversary of the CVAA. So we're incredibly excited to be able to have this meeting on that day.
This is Elaine. The 8th is a Thursday, which is unusual. We've been holding our meetings on Tuesday, but we wanted to be on the 5th anniversary.
Right. So who knows what surprises will await you.
And what other surprises do we have now, Karen?
Right now, we have the next surprise on the table is real-time text. So you've heard that AT&T filed a petition. We have not yet put it out on public comment, but we probably, we're considering putting it out on public comment, and we would be very interested in your views on this. So I don't want to say too much more about that, other than to say that for a long time we've been concerned about reliance on TTYs. That reliance has plummeted in recent years, and we would love your views on whether this is an appropriate time to begin a migration path to a more digital IP-based form of real-time text communication. And I think that this would probably appropriately be in the communications subcommittee.
And this is Susan. I think that I will need to abstain for obvious reasons since I do work with AT&T. But we have an able co-chair on that subcommittee who can handle this as well. But
for now, I think I'd rather just leave that. I just wanted to throw it out as, again, a possible idea. I don't know that we need a whole lot of discussion on it. But Christian, you have your hand raised. Go ahead.
This is Christian. Okay. Just waiting. So, the Technology Access Program, I'm at Gallaudet, and we've really been an advocate for real-time text. And so that is an important topic to raise, but my concern is that, I'm not on the communications committee, but I feel like that topic is really relevant with me. And so I would put out, I don't know if there's any way or any opportunity that I could be involved in that and in that research. I would appreciate it.
Committees?
Yes.
And one of the areas of new business that we were going to come up with that we had planned for later was actually an opportunity to have more cross-pollination from the different subcommittees. And I was going to ask the subcommittees to set up and meet with Claude or myself on a monthly basis so that we do the cross-referencing. But I don't think that you need to, I think all you need to do is contact whatever committee or contact Elaine to participate, because it's absolutely needed. And there's so many areas that we've come across where, with video, with research, with relay, that there is such an overlap. And so I think that these monthly meetings would help us to make sure that we're all working together toward the same end, that we're not duplicating work, because we all have a lot of work to do and we don't need unnecessary work. And to make sure we're not leaving out really critical information because people can't be everywhere at once. So, not that I'm putting them on the spot.
Paul, I'm going to call on you in 1 second. I just wanted to also mention that real-time text is also very pertinent to the emergency committee. So this may also be a good example of cross-committee working together, cross-committees working together. Paul? Paul and then Lisa.
Testing. This is Paul Michaelis with Avaya. A quick question about the AT&T petition. Do you know whether they specify the protocol, IP protocol, that they're planning to use to support real-time text?
I'd have to double-check that. Did you?
I think it's I believe it's in the filing. Mike, are you here? Okay, Mike Tan would probably know, but it should be in the filing.
Okay, is this something that FCC is able to comment on, the protocol that they might be planning to use? So I want to ensure interoperability.
I think that initially we're going to talk about putting it out for public comment. I don't think that we're at a decision-making stage yet.
Okay.
But, I can't emphasize enough how important this is. I mean, that we're taking this very seriously and really look forward to feedback on this.
Okay, if a subcommittee on this is being formed, I'd like to participate in that, please.
Should we set it up as a working group or separate?
Maybe we should.
Yeah. So I'd like to ask folks, this is Susan again, if you think that it would be better to set this up as a separate working group, as we've just done, because there is such a it crosses so many different of the committees. And Lisa, would you like to comment?
Yes, this is Lisa Hamlin, and I like that idea. I was actually going to suggest something like that because I'm not on the communications committee, but would like to get, although I'm not sure why I want to volunteer for one more committee, but I would like to have some input in this.
The good news is that you can see that working on an issue is short-lived. I mean, look at how fast you guys produced what you produced, so you're not signing up for your life. So actually with that, it sounds like there is an interest in having an ad hoc group. So other volunteers?
Why don't we go around like we did? Why don't we go around like we did? Everybody raise your hand high and keep it up so that I can get an idea of who wants to be on this ad hoc subcommittee on RTT. Okay. I see Lisa Hamlin. I see, is that Tom?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Matt Gerst, Eva Lamana, Paul Michaelis, Tim Creed?
Yes.
Anne Marie Rohaley?
It's a big group.
Sabrina Fields?
Those names be announced louder.
Oh, sure. Sabrina Fields? Jeff Kramer? Tony Dunn?
Paul Scott.
Richard Ray? Oh, wait a minute.
Okay.
Howard Rosenblum? Christian Vogler? Christian, you got to keep your hand up. Paul Scott Roberts.
I was convincing someone else to join the committee.
There's no Paul, though. It's just
Just Scott?
Scott Michael, isn't it? I knew
We
there was
gave
a
you-
double name. I'm sorry.
Gave you a new name. And then Brian.
You can vote twice then.
Jamie,
Okay,
Claude.
Brian.
Oh, sorry.
Brian Uneshka. And Jamie Taylor. Okay, I'm going to read these names.
Wonderful.
Oh, Claude. Okay, sure. I'm going to read these names. If I have left out your name, please wave your hand and
Could you
let me
talk
know.
into the mic, please,
Sure.
Elaine? Thanks.
Okay, I'm going to read the names. If I've left out your names, please let me know right away. Christian Vogler, Paul Michaelis, Lisa Hamlin, Tom Ladowski, Matt Gerst, Eva Lamana, Tim Cregan, Anne-Marie Rahali, Sabrina Fields, Jeff Kramer, Tony Dunn, Richard Ray, Howard Rosenblum, Christian Vogler, Scott Robertson, Brian Unashko, Jamie Taylor, and Claude Stout.
Yeah, Karen suggested that I can actually be on the committee, and so I'd like to volunteer to either be on the committee or to have someone who understands the standards and protocols and all that from AT&T provide that information, because I think that may be actually more helpful than my participation. But we'll get that covered since there will be a lot of questions that I'm sure Paul will come up with that I don't know the answers for.
This is phenomenal. I mean, I'm really kind of blown away by what you've your level of participation. But before I get too excited, Elaine has something to say.
I just have a logistic concern. I believe that there are so many people on this subcommittee or this working group that meetings of this working group will constitute a quorum of the DAC. And so we have to address that. I don't know how we're going to do that. Maybe they'll... Quorum would be 37 divided by 2, 16, 7, 18.
It's just about a
Yeah, so we're just over it. So maybe if someone wants to step out, or if we can address this. We can address this. Thank you.
We'll figure it out.
And this is, Susan, there might be a possibility for folks who are working on industry or different places that there might be an overlap to consolidate under one person with input from the other folks, or the same for other services.
Okay, all right, we may be okay because one person is not a member of the full committee, so we'll figure this out. The other possibility is to drop off some people as part of the committee and provide them and have them just come in as expert.
Right, exactly. Yes. And I can't. It's a lot of work. That's all I'm going to say.
There is a lot of work ahead of us. Yeah, it's not easy. I mean,
No.
this is when we're not talking about. I mean, I just said that when you're on the committee, it's only a couple months. This one may be a little bit longer. I mean, this is talking about really the future of text communications for people that rely on text communications. But it's really worth doing this at this time. So.
And this is, Susan, I think the number of people who are willing to work on it, they recognize that
right.
as
Matt
well.
had a question.
Matt?
Thanks. Matt Gerst with CTI. Sorry, Karen, I just want to clarify one thing you just said. So is it the expectation that this group would come up with something, a report, or is there, I'm trying to get a sense of what the deadlines are for this. I know you guys haven't put out a public notice, but I can tell you, having worked on the first recommendation that was passed, trying to meet those deadlines that were set out was a challenge logistically. And just trying to get a sense of if you're expecting something for the October meeting, or whether we can talk amongst ourselves as to whether we could, have it go a little bit longer, just so we could have the logistics addressed.
Let us get back to you on that.
Okay.
We're taskmasters, but we want to be fair. So
Thank
we know
you.
this is the summer, so we're all always on deadline around here, as you know. But since we haven't even put out the public notice, I think we could talk.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Okay, do you have more work?
Yes, I have one more. So the last one is the one that you heard about this morning, and that's Lifeline. This one actually does have a deadline, and I apologize, I don't know what the comment dates are for it. Does anybody else happen to know what the Lifeline comment dates are? Or whether they've even been set? They may have not been set yet, actually. I just realized it hasn't. I don't know if it's gone into the Federal Register. So we can put out. By the way, are all of you on Access Info? If you're not, you really should be. For those of you who are not aware, I think we've mentioned it, but we have a regular listserv that we send out information on to approximately 2,000 entities, some governments, some individuals, some coalitions, some organizations, companies that keep you informed about everything that we do on disability access. So if you're not on Access Info, just send an email to accessinfo, all one word, at fcc.gov, and just say, please subscribe me. It's ACCESSINFO at fcc.gov, and we release things actually several times a week. Yeah, but it keeps you informed. So we will put out on Access Info when those comment dates are due. This is purely just a request for recommendations on Lifeline, on the Lifeline proposals from the disability perspective.
And this is something you're asking people to pay attention to when it comes out, and
right.
They can respond directly from their organizations or companies or associations.
You can respond directly from your organizations. We're going to be asking several of you to come in and talk about it. But in addition, if you have an interest, you could issue a resolution from the group. So we're just putting this out if you would like to do so. Again, you commented, you had 2 resolutions today that I think were very, very pertinent to open proceedings that we're working on. If you'd like to do so on that as well, you're free to do so.
Okay, and we have about 5 minutes to go around to see if there's anyone else that wants to raise any new business or...
Actually, we have 35 minutes.
We have 35 minutes? Oh, my goodness. I like this. This is good.
Yeah, we're doing really
Okay. That's because we're all so exhausted from all the tasks we've been given. So I would like to leave it open. I'm going to ask Claude to call on folks if they want to bring up anything at this section of the meeting.
Is it the heat?
This is Claude. The next item for our meeting. Every federal advisory committee always allows for public participation for members who don't have an official role as members of the DAC, but who have been here to observe the meeting if they have any questions. If there's anyone from the public or outside agencies who would like to make comments or ask questions, this is the time to do so. Do we have any members who are here with us today who are not part of the DAC committee who would like to make comment?
No, wait, he just moved into...
I can do like an auctioneer, going once, going twice. Going once? Going twice? No.
Wait. We have a few more matters in new business, if I could just interrupt, before we move on to public participation. I know that Greg wanted to share with you some of the exciting developments that are, or events that are going to be taking place for the 25th anniversary of the ADA. Take it away, Greg.
Thank you, Elaine. This is just more of an announcement for informational purposes. So July marks the 25th anniversary of the Americans with Disabilities Act. I'm sure that you all know very well. That was legislation that triggered many pieces of subsequent legislation and many changes that affected the lives of people with disabilities. Each federal agency will be doing something to recognize the ADA, and the FCC plans to participate as well in our own way. We want to celebrate the tangible results of the Americans with Disabilities Act, and one of those definitely is the implementation of the relay service. We don't have the exact details yet, but we'll be hosting an event here at the FCC, and it will be during that week, the week of the 25th. So please keep an eye out, especially if you subscribe to Access Info. There will be an announcement, and it will be more of a celebration, a recognition, and also a look back as well as a look forward to see what we've accomplished and what more work we can do to make positive changes. And we want to also recognize the CVAA as part of those improvements that come out of the legacy of the ADA. The Smithsonian Institution will be actually hosting their own 3-day event at the National Museum of American History. They'll have something out in the atrium there, and my understanding is they'll also have some outdoor tents with some exhibits. They'll be showing various technology services, and again, the details of that event have not been fleshed out, but there will be further announcements coming down the pike very soon. And the relay will be acknowledged as part of that ADA celebration. So just wanted to put that out there and make you aware, give you a heads up. Any questions? Great.
That's all I have for new business. Maybe, does anybody else have new business? Yeah.
So this is Claude. So I'd like to go back to my initial offering, if there are any members of the public who would like to ask questions or make comments. Doesn't seem like we have anyone in attendance who would like to participate. Susan?
Or maybe, does anyone of the members have any new business?
Okay, great. This is Claude. Does anyone... Oh, we do have someone in the back who would like to...
I just had a question related to the FCC event in July for the ADA. Is it going to be celebrating captioning as well and the success of captioning? I know that also some of that is the Television Circuit Decoder Act, which didn't come till October, so its 25th isn't until the fall. But is that alongside what's going to happen in addition to CVAA? Like the 25 years of successful of captioning?
This is Greg. If I'm doing my math right, the TV Decoder Circuitry Act, this will be the 24th anniversary, I believe, because it was passed in 91. The ADA was passed in 90, so we have another year to plan for that.
1990. No, it was 1990.
The circuit? It was
1990.
So we passed the ADA just 3 months before? Okay, great. Well, great, I take it back. Then I would suggest that we incorporate that into our celebration, absolutely.
We're still formulating what that event is going to look like, but right now what we're thinking about is, as Greg said, having people share their life stories about how technology has changed their lives, and having it here. I think it's actually the week before the 25th, right, Greg? So it's around... We're looking at the afternoon of the 23rd, of July 23rd. But you'll get more information about it.
Yes, that week, that includes the 25th.
Another person.
Okay, this is Claude, so I do want to recognize another member of our audience who would like to make some comments.
I'm going to use my teleprompter.
Would you please, would you mind introducing yourself before you make your comments? Thank you.
Can you hear me now? I'm going to use my own teleprompter to save time. My name is Bill Mulligan. As a parent of a disabled person who is a member of DAC, sitting in front of me here, would like to express my appreciation to all of you for your trying to help those with disabilities. It's very encouraging and inspiring. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. These came in through email. Okay. I guess so.
Okay, this is Claude. We actually have 3 email submissions from members of the public who have sent in their questions or comments. All 3 of these are from the same person. Ms. Sherry Dawson has submitted these. Her first comment is regarding text to 911 concerns. I have serious concerns related to the pace and enforcement of mobile text to 911 implementation. Not all VRS apps for mobile are perfect and cannot be 100% relied upon for 911 emergency access. There must be other options to contact 911 via mobile and text messaging. One of the good options text messaging is one of the good options and can become most reliable if the VRS apps don't work well. Secondly, I have very grave concerns regarding the deafblind community's access to 911 and emergency services via mobile technology. There are an increasing number of deafblind users of mobile communications via iCan Connect. Now, the IP relay is diminishing or is non-existent in certain areas. So 911 calls have been restricted. Mobile text to 911 has not been implemented and enforced quickly enough. This can be a grave life and death matter. What can the FCC do to expedite the process of having text to 911? And what is the FCC's short-term and long-term plan on this for every community in both rural and urban areas? Also, is there a specific person to contact at the FCC who will be addressing this issue? Thank you.
Stop. Oh, wait. Yeah, wait. Yeah.
This is Susie, and I'd like to respond to this before we move on to the next issue.
I have a question.
I think this is very important.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
It's from Sherry Dawson.
Did you say this was from Shane?
Shane. It is Shane.
Right, Sherry Dawson is actually a staff.
I thought Sherry Dawson. It wasn't. It was not Sherry Dawson. It was Shane.
This is Claude. Sorry about that. I stand corrected.
I thought he was just here. Wasn't he just here?
Shane at Gmail. Yeah. Doesn't say the last name.
Just to let you know, this is Howard. That person, I was informed as well, they emailed us, and the full name is Shane Dundas, Dundas. Just reinterpreting because one of the interpreters missed the last comment. Howard wasn't on the screen.
And I understand that Richard has a comment.
No, I don't. I was just saying the exact same thing that Howard was.
Oh, Eddie, please.
Hello, and thank you for giving me the opportunity. Can I ask a question real quick? I think certainly there are very serious issues in the deafblind community with regards to access to 911 and emergency communications access, and I was wondering if we might recommend having a deafblind person on the emergency subcommittee for the DAC in order to represent those interests and to help give feedback pertinent to the deafblind community as we're planning and undertaking projects throughout the course of the DAC. And if there are any betas that need to be tested or any ideas that need to be vetted, I think that a deafblind individual would be a good person to do that.
Would you want to respond to that?
This is Elaine. I think that's an excellent idea, and I don't know, Eddie, are you volunteering to be that person? There you
Sure.
go. Great. Okay, I'm going to right now add your name to that subcommittee. Yeah, and that's great. Okay. Mm-hmm.
And is there a response from the FCC on the question that just came in?
Yes, Susie. Yes.
Oh, Susie, please.
This is Susie. First of all, thank you, Eddie, for your willingness to participate on the Emergency Communications Subcommittee. We shared some information this morning about the text to 911 proceedings and our hope to expedite the process, and that we are doing what we're able from our end of things. Our text to 911 webpage does have a matrix to show you where that service is currently deployed. And we do hope that this is an interim solution and that it will be accessible to deafblind individuals using certain adaptive equipment that can hook into your mobile devices. But we are certainly open to more feedback. We welcome more feedback about how that will work and what devices work. For NG 911, that is absolutely the future of 911 communications, and so we're working to make sure that that is accessible as well. This is, in fact, an interim solution. We have implemented rules regarding text to 911. And those are the rules that we talked about this morning, but I'm happy to send you more information directly. And this is Claude. Does anybody want to make additional comments about the email from Shane or share your concerns about text to 911? Michelle, I recognize you if you'd like to give some feedback.
Hi, I'm back, just back behind in the audience here. Something that's come to my mind just recently. I'm involved in CPADO, the Cerebral Palsy and Deaf Organization, and I think that the text, I'm wondering how that is going to solve some of the specific issues that we might have. So I'm okay personally. There are other people who have CP on a more severe level than I do, and I want them to be included as we're talking about these issues. I'm wondering how they can be. I don't know what the answer is. Greg, would you stand up? I actually can't see you, and I can't get up from my chair, so. Thanks.
Thank you, Michelle. That's a great question. And thank you for reminding me to also mention that when we planned to host our deafblind roundtable in May, we did have a CPADO representative as part of that discussion. And that person approached me and said that they had been looking for an opportunity to bring their voice to the table to be able to express their concern to the FCC. So we will be hosting a separate roundtable discussion to address the needs of people who have cerebral palsy and who are deaf, to represent that particular population. So I can't guarantee, I can't promise too much, but it should be happening in early 2016, and I will definitely be sure to reach out to you as we start to plan that. Thank you. This is Susie. I'd like to add to what Greg was saying. It's great that we're planning to have that for those individuals who are currently trying to reach 911 and may have mobility limitations that prevent them from using text. There are some alternate methods to contacting 911. Text to 911 is just one of many ways to reach 911 centers, and it's available for those who need it, but there are other methods for people who have different kinds of disabilities to be able to reach out to 911. This is Claude. Thank you, Michelle, for your input. Seeing no other commenters, I think I would like to move on to the second comment from our email submissions. So this same person, Shane, has some comments about the speed of answer. It says the VRS subcommittee mentioned that the speed of answer is 45 seconds, and that doesn't meet functional equivalency. It's not an appropriate speed to meet functional equivalency. So we're looking for that speed to decrease. The recommended speed is, for example, let's say 20 seconds. Should it count against the VRS providers if that time frame is exceeded, for example, if they exceed 20 seconds rather than 45? Thank you. Does anybody want to respond to that? This is Greg. The document with the recommendations from the subcommittee does address that speed of answer as 45 seconds, and that's a decrease from the current 120-second time frame. So we've already taken it down from 120 to 45. That is simply a recommendation to the committee to consider. We would then be planning to place that time frame into the next rulemaking procedure, and it would then be open for public consideration at that point for review. The public will receive notice of the comment period. So the recommendation that we just voted on is not the final word. It's not set in stone. It is simply a recommendation from the DAC, and we'll move forward from this committee into the rulemaking stage. So please feel free to submit your comments, your perspectives. If you think it should be 45, if you think it should be even less than that, it will be open for the public to have their opportunity to give input during that rulemaking proceeding. Hopefully that's clear. This is Claude. Does anybody else want to add comments about the VRS speed of answer? Seeing no other commenters, I will move on to the third topic from this email submission. Shane Dundas. So this is about closed captioning to Braille display. Will the FCC adopt and implement closed captioning from broadcast and website or webcast information, satellite or streaming that can be read by Braille display for deafblind consumers to be able to enjoy the benefits of information that comes from entertainment via TV, cable, website videos, and webcasts?
So should we ask anyone from the subcommittee to respond to that, and then also ask the FCC to follow up? Would the subcommittee members like to address that question or forward it to the FCC?
This is Susie. This question asks if the FCC will adopt and implement closed captioning to be streamed into Braille display that includes visual descriptions. At this point, we don't have that issue on the table. We can certainly take it into consideration if the committee makes it as a recommendation. We would recommend that a petition for rulemaking be submitted to us here at the FCC if that is the desire of the individual who submitted the comments.
And following up on that, I mentioned earlier this morning about the deafblind roundtable, and one of the issues that was raised was about the ability to untether from the captioning so that you have control over the captioning features. And that includes the ability for the captions to come up on a Braille display. So that issue is relevant to what was just raised in this email. So yes, I think this would help us to get started on that, but it requires a petition for rulemaking, but it is relevant. And this is Claude. I see Al's hand, Al Sonnenstrahl. So we'll go with Al first, and then we'll move on to
This
Christian.
is Susan. The last person before Claude was Greg Leibach speaking.
Yeah, I apologize. Yes, I didn't identify myself as Greg.
Okay. This is Al Sonnenstrahl speaking. When the captioning people were talking, the two of us, Howard and I, were sitting back here, and we were kind of having an offline conversation, wondering about, only having one video description for blind people, but in fact it can be done, in different formats. It can be an audible kind of format, audible to text, captioning to audible. I mean, that the technology is there. It has to be implemented. And I don't believe that we don't need an NPRM on that. I believe that is included in the broader conversation about video description, talking about for sighted or for blind people. It could also be for deafblind people. I don't know that we need so many different kinds of proceedings in NPRM for every kind of unique disability that's out there. It's really kind of approaching it holistically might be the way to go.
Dr. Vogler?
This is Christian Vogler speaking. First, just let me say that I agree, and I have full support on involving this issue. And I have been trying, honestly, I've been trying to see this issue get some traction for almost 4 years now. And it was about 4 years ago, the Technology Access Program at Gallaudet, working with consumer groups, filed a petition for a waiver for captioning and video description. So we went to the Library of Congress, Copyright Office, to adjudicate that question, to look at a demonstration project, and to figure out how closed captioning could be untethered in that way, and how video description as well would work. The technology is there. It is not overly complicated. There are some practical challenges, and there are some user interoperability issues. But to make sure that the Braille display can sync up with the person's ability to read that closed captioning via Braille or video description. But as I've said, it is far past time for the FCC to get into this arena as well, to put it on the table and have people comment in it publicly. And also, if I can just add one more thing, both TAP, we have posted videos showing the demonstration of what it would look like and how it can be, how it's workable. I'm very happy to share that with the FCC or in the DAC more broadly.
This is Claude. Does anyone on the DAC want to comment further on the closed captioning to Braille discussion. I see no interest in that, so I'll ask Elaine, is there anything that you'd like to discuss further?
There's a few announcements I'd like to make before the meeting closes, but I don't know if that's the right. This is the right point right now. I know that Hannah Thompson has her hand up right now.
This is Hannah Thompson. I have cerebral palsy and would like to address the public comment regarding individuals with cerebral palsy, and I completely agree with you. It is an urgent matter, as we all have recognized. Even though I am not on the Emergency Communications Subcommittee, I would definitely be a guinea pig and help the committee in any way possible.
Well, thank you. I think we have another volunteer for the Emergency Subcommittee, and we'll get back to you on that, but it's a very good idea. Okay. Yeah, I just have a couple of announcements. I wanted to note that our next meeting, for those of you who might have missed it, is October 8th. So please put that on your calendars. And the tentative date for the meeting after that is February the 23rd. It's in the middle of, if we have a snow season here in D.C., it's the middle of our snow season. But I'll get back to you on that date. But I'd just like everybody to kind of reserve it because it makes things easier.
It'll happen. This is Greg. Murphy's Law. The snow will happen.
I hope not for October 8th either. Okay, thank you.
This is Claude. Susan and I want to thank all of you here, the DAC members and the FCC staff, for your participation in this meeting today. Susan and I are now working closely with Elaine and the other FCC staff members. We are going to make your experience at the subcommittee level and the working group level as productive as possible, so that your actions, your topics, the things that you want addressed will be carried forth. And once again, I want to commend the FCC staff for the wonderful job that they have done working with the DAC. The DAC is one area where the FCC, again, demonstrates its utmost level of commitment, sensitivity, and dedication to achieving our disability access needs in the community. Susan?
And since I am between adjourning, I'm going to say ditto. Thank you very much for all your hard work. I believe this meeting is adjourned. Thanks.
This is Elaine. One final announcement. I'm sorry. But those of you who are going to be attending the Relay Subcommittee meeting, you will need to be escorted to the room. It's going to be on the third floor. So I would ask you all to meet in the hallway right outside the doors, and then we will get some folks together to... Okay, we'll get some people together to escort you. Also, there's food left, and it is on the table over there, so on my right. So please pick up some food and go to your meeting. Thanks a lot.